Mais non, quoi, la funu d'alo. Oh, mais non. Oh, mais quand, à suite. Mais la funu d'alo. Oh, mais la funu d'alo. Oh, mais non. Oh, mais quand, à suite. On va pas faire les voix, dans les voix. On va pas faire les voix, dans les voix. Faire les voix, dans les voix. On va pas faire les voix, dans les voix. On va pas faire les voix, dans les voix.
Ava mama la gali jrolo. Ava mama la gali jrolo. Awi now.
Thank you, people. Let me go on to. Now I go on to. Okay, negative destiny, as I am saying, it's a very bad thing. And when you, it's a bad thing that happens to all of us, because everybody has a negative destiny, and we all also have positive destinies. It is only when the positive destiny in your life is so strong that good things will be happening to you. Some few bad things will happen, but mostly good things. And when the negative destiny is also stronger in your life, bad things will continue happening to you than good things. Not that good things won't happen. Some good things will happen, but there will be more bad things happening in your life than good things. And when you talk about abortion is when a woman tried to kill a child that wanted to come into this world through their channel. That's what abortion is all about. Killing a child that wanted to, a soul that has taken a physical body through sexual intercourse between a man and a woman, and a soul wanted to descend into this physical world and continue its journey, and you terminate its presence. That's called abortion. When people die, the soul or the esse, the destiny, the inner self, the atma doesn't die. Only the physical body dies. And this soul will be with the maker of life. And when the time comes for it to descend, it will choose people that it will come through. It will also choose, the destiny will choose the environment that it should be born in and appear, and the time to be born, and then it will appear. So if the soul that is going to be born into this earth chooses to be a black person due to what it has done in the past life, and is coming back as a black person, that black person can be born in Africa, can be born in America, can be born in any part of the world, but it will be born a black person. And then it also will choose the parents that will give birth to it, according to the life those parents are also living, and that what that soul will decide to come and do in this world, it will decide how to come. That's where your essay or your destiny plays a part. It's the one that will decide where you will be in your next life, and who you'll be, and what kind of race, color of skin that you should have. But if the soul wanted to come and it chooses you as a vehicle or a channel to appear on this physical earth, it chooses you to be the vehicle to use to come down, and somewhere along the way you terminate it. The soul will have to go back and wait until you find another congenial and convenient atmosphere and partner to come back into the world to express itself and continue its journey. So it is advisable, if possible, abortion should be avoided as much as possible. So L222, that's my take on destiny and abortion. Thank you. Then we have Thai Surya. Can doing reading help him to know where to retire to? Yes and no. A reading can tell you choose to go to Nigeria. But you may go to Nigeria and you may face challenges. But the reading says that's where you have to be. But if you have not had any experience,
Nyumye, I know more than I say. Nothing is more painful than a broken heart, but a broken heart is an open heart. Shorty says she never go to love it, it cause her pain. One thing I won't tell you, say I came to mend your broken heart. Baby, I came to help you learn to love again. Baby, you should love again. No matter what you've been through, put it all on me, you should love again. Baby, you should love again. No matter what you've been through, put it all on me, you should love again. Every time she give a chance, the boy go make she tire. She dey give her all, but in return they show one pepper. She no be money girl, but they put in hand for fire. So now she no go money even if you write a letter. The lion, the Saxon, they came down to crashing. Broken hearted, so she make reserve, you no be gnashing. If you so then do one now, you focus on be cashing. But I'm not after the cookie, baby, I got passion. Baby, you should love again. No matter what you've been through, put it all on me, you should love again. You should love again. No matter what you've been through, put it all on me, you should love again. You for to carry your kitty. Baby, you know me, say you no go drink again. Life is for the living, so leave or you're better off dead. The way you look it testy. When you're walking alone, I think about your safety. I know say the weather they make you feel lonely. So baby, come along and be my one and only. Oh baby, you should love again. You should love again.
Face a situation, frustration, and everything. So it is advisable that if you want to go back, you want to go to a country that you have never been before, and you have never experienced it before. It is advisable that you go there physically, and after visiting everywhere, now do a reading to ask. Okay, I have been here. This is what I saw here. This one. Where do my essay, my destiny think that I should be or should go to? That is better than just having a reading and then without knowing the place. So with me, my advice is first go to all these places that you wanted to go, and then do a reading to know which one to pick among them. And then we have Savage Black who said, please, what about the money rituals? No, in my shrine, we don't believe that anything called money ritual exists. It does not exist. The ones that we see in movies, Hollywood movies and Nollywood movies, where money rituals are done and people became rich without working, doesn't exist. But when I say so, people think that I don't want them to be rich. But at my shrine, we don't even know how to do it. It doesn't exist at my shrine. But maybe there is somewhere in the world, in Ghana, in Africa, or somewhere else. So you may go to such places, they may help you, but at African Magic Temple, we don't do money rituals, we don't support fraudsters, we don't help Yahoo boys, we don't help game boys, and we don't help anyone who want to take advantage of people by using spiritual power. We don't do that here. We help people to grow and develop themselves to be their own stars. And then we have L222 say, how many generations does a curse stay on a family? That one I cannot tell. I don't know how many generations a curse will stay on a family. What I believe is that a curse does not stay on your family, but it stays on the individual. If I do bad thing in this life, that bad thing is on me. And if my destiny wants to punish me,
what surely?
This one is our living Abuchi. Yeah, living Abuchi. I'm listening to Papa. It's Abuchi.
Bokor. Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asui.
The other world into this physical world. Sena's mother gave birth to the first child. She got pregnant with the first child, Albert, but she had miscarriage. Then she had twins who were called Angela and Angelica. They also had a miscarriage. So they said that Chico will not born again. The doctors said there's no possible that she will give birth again. So she was worried. We were all worried. So I asked Akai said no, she will born. So we should just not listen to what the doctors were saying. So somewhere along the way we went to the hospital. They said, oh, no, the baby will not be okay, so they should do abortion. Because otherwise the child will be a Down syndrome child. Then I asked Akai said I shouldn't mind the doctors. So we kept going. The second was just like this bottle. Something small like this. And they gave birth to him. So it was too small, it was premature. So they put him inside the incubator. Because he could not eat, they put the plaster and all this thing over his eyes and everything. So they have to feed him through the nose. And he was eating only 4 cc. You know 4 cc? It's like how the mouse will eat. We kept praying. I can't say I shouldn't worry. It will be okay. And finally, today, that is Senna we are seeing. So I don't know what the God said Senna we are seeing. So I don't know what the gods and the spirits wanted him to come and do in this world. They know what the plan they have for him. So today he is celebrating his 27 years. So I am wishing him more years so that he can do the work of the ancestors and the spirits. So Akai had been a very powerful spirit.
Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asui. Me la funudalo.
That utilizes
Oh me.
256 signs in order to solve problems. On a practical level, a consultant, anytime a group or district individual decision needs to be made. Secondly, from the initiate's point of view, AFA is able to tell people what destiny or what purpose they came to this earth. So through the initiation process, among one of the 256 signs would fall on the initiate, then the boss of allowance would explain to the new people how they should live their life for the most success, for the highest potential for success. That's what
Me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asui. Me la funudalo. Oh me la funudalo. Oh me no. Oh me to. Asui. On va pas les voix dans les voix. On va pas les voix dans les voix. Pépé les voix dans les voix. On va pas les voix dans les voix. On va pas les voix dans les voix.
Because the entities came about 3 people. One was. So my feeling from the dream was I was because the entities came about 3 people. One was a lady. The other 2 were men. So the woman was sitting on my bed, and I was trying to put her hand on me, and I was trying to force myself to get up from my bed, but I couldn't get up. And then it's like the other one came with the face, and then I repeated a mantra, and then that face changed into another face, and then finally the lady just told me they just wanted to visit me, and then everything vanished, and then I was able to get up from my bed. So then I just told, when I woke up, I woke up proper. I was just saying, oh, so this thing is real like that. I didn't know. And yes, of course, I called mantras so that they can get away from it.
Is that a normal practice? If you don't invite them, you send them away?
It is me who would decide for them to come to me. They should not just come to me. I'm not just ordinary person. I am a priest. And if they want to come to me, they should inform me, or I should invite them. My spirits don't just jump and come to me without me inviting them. I'm working with them for years, and we have that common understanding and respect for one another, that I would invite them, and then I see them. But then with this unannounced visitation is what I was not very pleasant with, because I didn't expect it, and secondly, it came like that, and I have to try to find a way to push them away. But I'm also happy that at least what they were teaching me is real, and it has proven to me.
Yes, most of the Afa Odus, or almost all the Afa Odus, have ritual prescriptions. Sometimes they may tell you it's not necessary, but there's always a follow-up after a reading on how to solve the problem. That's why most of the time the diviners or the Bokors will advise you that if you are not willing to solve the problem, then it's better not to ask or do a divination. So that's very important. If you don't want to do the work, then don't even come and consult.
Afa, also known as Ifa, originates in Nigeria among the Yoruba people, and it's a divination system that utilizes a series of 256 signs in order to
kusia. Obe ajo, batakali. 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 Obe ajo, batakali no biwa kusia. Obe ajo, batakali no biwa jo. Koko, o to fo o fu. Ya o yen gbo me fu. Amemele wa hu yo. Eya taji na tre. Kare to mi jadu abagora. Abadu toro. Kare to mi jadu abagora. Abadu lime. Kare to mi jadu abagora. Abado botope, kareto mi jadura bagora. Abado lime, kareto mi jadura bagora. Koko likoko, otofo wofu, ya onye gbo mefu, amemele wa hwe, na twe. Kareto mi jadura bagora. Abado lime, kareto mi jadura bagora. Abado botope, kareto mi jadura bagora. Abado lime, kareto mi jadura bagora.
Me no kwe la funu dalo.
Ome no, ome to, asui. Ome la funda. Ome la funda. Ome no, ome to, asui. Ome pepele vo adale vo. Ome pepele vo adale vo. Pepele vo adale vo. Agua vieja. Ome pepele vo adale vo. Ome pepele vo adale vo. Bebelevo, adalevo, aguafeya. Mekade o malelo, adala mekade o male pasilo yo. Mekade o malelo, mekade o male pasilo. Mekade o malelo, adala mekade o male pasilo yo. Mekade o malelo, mekade o malelo. Mekade o malelo, adala mekade o male pasilo. Begade o malelo, begade o malelo, begade o malelo, ya, agora begade o malelo, plasilo, agora é begade o malelo, begade o malelo,
servants kneeling at his feet, and he had a red hair. Okay, you can see invocation. I don't want to use this personal invocations of deities and spirits to attract people to my shrine. That's one thing. Those stories were stories I told my children, and then maybe because I am training them to understand and have confidence in this entity called Jopata, which is just a representation in our shrine. And I was to tell them the experiences that I had had with Jopata over the years. So I don't want to use these invocations and some personal details that I had with Jopata as a public thing. I think Sena is the one who is trying to put these things up or on and off about these things. But those are not the key things that I wanted people to know about the deities that I would need. But since you asked the question, I will try to answer it. Jopata is an entity, it's a spirit, or it's a god, or it's a deity. Call it whatever you want. And Jopata had been with me for some time now, before I gave birth to some of my children. And from time to time, in the past, I used to invoke all the spirits that are with me. I invoke a tiny, I invoke a small boy danger, Obubu Yaya, Tabwe Jopata, and many other spirits. I try to invoke them by using the method of the Kabbalah, the Hebrew Kabbalah. There's a method in Hebrew Kabbalah which is used in invoking or bringing the presence of an entity that is an invisible entity, but you can bring it closer to you. It can appear in the form of a human being, and you can communicate, and it can teach you, and you take notes, and then you can work with it. So that was one of the occasions that I came to Ghana, and that was back in 1998, 1999, when I invoked it in Ghana. But I used to invoke it when I was in Japan as well. It's not only here. So when Jopata, when he came, or anytime he comes actually with his servants, about 7 servants who will be kneeling in front of him. He is looking more like an Indian. That's the skin color that came it looking more like an Indian, but the hair is a red hair, and he was holding a staff in his hand. He was also trying to tell me what I should do and guide me. So I took notes. So that was how it was. But I don't want to use these ones to attract people to my shrine. That is not the purpose of my shrine. And it's not everybody that can invoke a spirit. Some people can do. But then, of course, because I am training my children to be at my place when I am not here, so I am training them with everything that I had known or had learned, so that in case one day my physical body is not here, they can do the things that I had done and then keep the relationship between themselves and the spirit world. So I'm teaching them, but then it's not like I am teaching everybody how to invoke spirits. But then, of course, if I find someone who is qualified, I can also teach that person to invoke, because spirit invocation is a little bit dangerous. Dangerous in the sense that if you don't know the spirit very well and you invoke it, you may end up harming yourself. And sometimes you also need to know how to dismiss the spirit into the spirit world so that it does not follow you everywhere and create problem in your life. With all respect, you need to really respect the spirit world. And you don't take it like a joke. And I have been doing this thing all my life. It's not now that I become a Bokor or doing African traditional spirituality. I've been doing this long before I even entered into African traditional spirituality. So it's been something, been a part of my life all since childhood. So I am kind of, I kind of know it better. That's not what I sell out. I'm not trying to promote spirit invocation because it's a dangerous field. It's only the people who have gotten a very good teacher who can give you a direction. It's not something you can just be doing on your own because it can cause you problems. So, Vivian, maybe one day when we meet physically, we can talk about spirit invocation in general, and maybe we can talk about Togi Jopata. So Jopata is there. That's why we trust him, because we know he exists. And when he tells us things and we follow, we see results. So that's why we know that there is an energy that we can count on. And of course, those of you who are initiated into Jopata, don't be afraid. Just mention his name in times of need and see whether he will be there or he will not be there. Thank you very much, Vivian, for that question. The practical thing, stop eating meat does not make you spiritual in any way. Maybe health wise, it may help you if your body doesn't like meat. That's why, but they don't think that because you don't eat meat, you are spiritual. You are not. Spirituality is a practical thing that you can use to bring changes in nature. So sitting down in meditation and you are only dreaming and imagining things until after some time you wake up without getting any power that you can make any changes in nature does not make you spiritual. But then, of course, that is the way Hinduism and Buddhism. But in our African traditional spirituality, everything is manifestations of real things, using nature in its pure form to bring changes. That's what our traditional spirituality is. How Hinduism helped me, benefited me in voodoo, being a voodoo priest is I would just say it's because I have learned so many things, so it gives me that patience to be able to wait and see things manifest so that I can practically see them. Because meditation, as far as Hinduism is, it's more of just sitting down and closing your eyes and repeating a mantra. For how long, only God knows. And then later stories will follow from your teachers or from some other people that in the past this thing was like this. But then present, why aren't you people able to do it as a practical to show us that if somebody can levitate in the past and you are teaching levitation or you are teaching about meditation, and in that meditation they speak about so many things. So if using Hinduism or Buddhism and people could levitate, why today people are following the same path and no one is levitating? But in Africa, traditional spirituality, or in Voodoo, which is the Ewe word for spiritual practice, when your grandfather told you that a long time ago, people can stop rain or people can ask animals to behave in certain way, or when you do certain things, certain changes happen in nature. Long time ago, these things were happening. Today, those things can still happen before your eyes. It is not going to be a story form whereby people will just tell story and then people begin to live the story as if they were present when such things were happening. And then it will spread from one person to another, and then, but no one can practically demonstrate whatever story they are telling you. So in learning of meditation, I learned to be patient. Yeah, that's what I can say. I really learned to be patient because at the end of the day, you just have to be patient because there's nothing going to happen anyway. You just have to sit down, meditate for 3, 4 hours, 5 hours, and wake up with your knees and feet getting numb. Yeah, that's it. African traditional spirituality, especially Vodou, which is the word for spiritual practice or spirit of the Aves, you don't need to suffer your body undergo stress before achieving results. Once the teacher knows the route or knows the path and teaches you, then of course automatically you too you will be able to get to what they told you. If they tell you that when you do put A and 1 and 2 together, you will get 3. Definitely, if you put the 1 and the 2 together in Vodou practice, you will definitely get 3. You don't need to be imagining that it's going to become 3. And then you continue imagining until it never exists, and they tell you that, oh, maybe it is not the time. No, Vodou is very practical. So people who practice Buddhism, Buddhism, Hinduism may have their own stories, but I have practiced that before and also practicing Vodou, so I can see the difference in and the practicality of Vodou than any other spirituality that I have practiced before. Because if they say it will happen, it will happen. Because they say people can see, they have third eye. That's one of the main things that a lot of people want to do meditation to be able to see, to be able to have clairvoyance ability. But how many people practicing Buddhism or Hinduism in the West really have that clairvoyant ability? People will just be imagining that, oh, I think I am feeling something. I think I am doing this. I think this thing is happening to me. You don't need to think. You need to feel it, and then it will be real. It's not like I think it is this thing happening to me. And even if it is just an ordinary dream, people begin to think that they are priests or priestesses or whatever. No. In Vodou, everything is very practical. If you are a priest, you have to be a priest, and you have to go undergo training. It is not from imagination that priesthood came. It is through training that you can become a priest. You cannot just be a priest just because you imagine that you were born a priest and then you become a priest. Unlike in Hinduism and other people who are Western people practicing Buddhism and Hinduism, everybody is imagining things which are not really practical on the physical plane. So I learned that patience, that you need to wait for things to happen. But then the patience sometimes never, the things they told you never really get manifested. Like those people practicing Ekanka. Or, they tell you that you see the light, you hear the sound, and you feel the nectar. But how many people really have seen the light? How many people really have heard the sound of Om or had felt the nectar? None. Most of them are just deceiving themselves and also try to just to prove to you that, oh, I can see but you cannot see. There's not, if in Vodou, if you can see, you can tell, and everybody around you can tell that you are seeing. So Hades Yogi, that's my stand, and that's what I have benefited. I benefited from having patience. But then when I got into Voodoo, that patience has given me more energy in the sense that they tell you that this thing you need to take some time before you can see the physical realization. And I have the patience to wait. That's why I am able to get ahead of many people. Not because I am special in any way, but I have that patience. Even in my general life, in marriage, in raising children, and everything, I have gotten that patience to wait and continue to follow the same thing until it gets to the bottom. So I would say the meditation in general had just helped me to have patience. And that patience finally has paid off in Voodoo for me. Thank you very much, Eugene, Hades Eugene, for that question. A deity which was a dwarf. I was not there. I just told them what is usually done, and I have initiated them into the deity. So when they went into their room, they went and invoked the deity, and the deity came, or the dwarf came, told them the time they should be calling him, gave them the actual time, and told them what we can do for them, and the kind of tax they should be given. So when next time the time he gave them and they invoked him at that same time, it came and started teaching them. So they took a notebook and they started writing things down. So when the key is correct, the door is always open. You don't need to struggle to open a door if you have the correct key. Thank you very much, ADC. He said, I only ask because the first law of Tehuti is that all is mind and the universe is mental. Yes, I can believe that all is mind and everything is the universe is mental. Even though the universe may be mental, the universe is at the same time physical. And I had always said that the plants in the world is what make God, or what the plants are God. And in Ewe we say Amaini means God is the universe. God is the expression of the world. Whatever you see in the world is the total combination of that is what is God. So even if in Tehuti it is said that all is mind, then of course their technique of doing whatever they use the mind to do to manifest things may be different from the way the Voodoo priest use his mind to manifest things. For us, we know the secret of the herbs and plants kingdom through which our ancestors have contacted the divine being, if there is any, or were able to deal with the universe or deal with the world in which they lived. And these rules and regulations and techniques have been laid down from generations to generation. So whenever we go back to those same techniques and we put them together, what our ancestors had experienced before writing those things still comes to pass. It is not like, oh, it was only done in the past, so today it cannot be done. Take for instance, you come to a Voodoo priest, and so this is knife. You use it and cut something. Then you yourself you use a knife to cut something, and it cut, and you know that the knife is sharp. And the Voodoo priest gave you some initiation that okay, swallow this seeds or herb, and after you swallow, he now whispers the name of the spirit that can control that knife not to cut you, and that the spirit that he has given to you is that spirit. So anytime you want to demonstrate that knife cannot cut, repeat the name of the spirit, and then after that you can use the knife to be cutting yourself in front of people, yet still it won't cut. And even sometimes you can even give it to people to use to cut you, it will not cut. You know, this one you don't need any mental visualization or whatever, a mental exercise. It is the formula that you need. And once the formula is right, the result has to be right. Unless, of course, there's something wrong with the formula, then you don't get proper answers. So you don't need any mental visualization of whatsoever in this sense. And this is what Voodoo is. And that's why a lot of people fear it because they cannot understand how it's working. So they can only liken it to say, oh, it must be coming from the devil. What is devil? Does the devil really exist? You get there, you'll find out. Because I don't know. If everything is set and the deity doesn't appear, then there must be something that is wrong. But the people who have been invoking, they will know what is wrong. And they will tell you why the deity didn't come. But in most cases, before you even invoke a deity, there are things that you will do in order to let the deity know that you are going to invoke. That's why I said that the deity will give you time that it is highest or that it is working or it is at its highest manifestation and give you the times and the method to use to call him or her to appear. So if the deity itself has given you all these details and you call it and it does not appear, then there must be something wrong with you or your process. In contact of it, whether the person having negative or positive spirituality, when they come in contact with the bracelet on your wrist, they can feel the energy. So definitely, the people will ask you from time to time, where do you get this one from? Because it is not just ordinary; it has an energy following it or behind it. So that's what will happen. Thank you very much, everyone. Garlic, avenia, and siosio. Okay, that siosio is we call it dame dame. Some people call it afideme, and some people call it a hagbe. Uh, I don't know the English name for siosio. Maybe we need to ask Senna or we have to use the plant net to find it and probably get the name. So I have never done that one before, so I cannot say what is the English name for siosio. But sometimes people call it Saint Michael's hair, but that I don't think that is its real English name. I will find it and then share with you people at another time. Thank you very much, Heather. Okay, the English name for siosio is broomweed. Okay, that's why we call it a hagbe. But whether it is broomweed in real English, who said that? Where do you see it? Was it in any other English place that you found that, or you just made those names? We found it in the who helped us? The app that you use say it's called Broomweed. Okay, okay. Because whatever you people will find must be universal. It will not be limited to only us. So that when people look for it, they can be able to find it. Thank you. So Herbert, that's it. They say the name is of Siosio is broomweed. Just like in Ewe we call it a hagbe because a ha is broom. A ben means weed or herb. So some people call it a hagbe or dame dame, afideme. And Siosio is more of a guy. It's not a real even name, I think. And then I think they are writing the botanical name is Cedar acuta. Cedar acuta. It comes from the plant family of Malvac. Okay, so that's it. So please, you look for Cedar acuta. And I think recently our brother Baba Wakiri went and was looking. He found a lot and sent me the video. And then it was there. He showed me the video. He found some in his area. So that means you can even find it in the US. Okay, we have our individual destinies, which is every human being has an individual destiny. And also, we also have a communal destiny, which maybe we'll say that is a destiny for mankind. A communal destiny is like all your take for one, like children of one father. They all have their individual destinies, but they all come under one parent or one father who now influences them with the destiny that he has come into, and their destiny has interacted with his own, and he starts to teach these children whatever he knows. Supposing that father is a thief, let's think so, or is a corrupt personality, and these children with their individual destinies have been attracted to be born by this father. So these children will learn the tricks of how to be thieves and also how to be corrupt in life. Because for them, corruption and stealing is normal. It's not a crime. It's not anything bad as such. Because to them, they will look at it as normal because that's what their father and mother or the people that they are associated with had been doing. So it is the way of life to them. So in this case, you will say that such people are having a communal destiny. That's why they all pass through that life. And the same way, it's also if the father of these children has a good heart and is a good person and is only thinking about progress and development of mankind, the children that will come through him will have a collective destiny, kind of attached or linked to the father figure or the mother figure's destiny. So whatever they will learn, they will also, as a group, as a team, will think the same way as their parents or their father and mother are thinking, so that they can also go towards developing of humanity and whatever progress is. So human beings have collective destiny as well. Take for instance, those of us who are born in Africa. We also have all these collective destiny, in the sense that anybody who appears as a black person in Africa, the suffering, the challenges, and the difficulties that we go through every day is a general thing for all Africans across the continent. Unlike other people who may also have a collective destiny, for instance, being born a white man in a particular area, and that area will influence you, and you will be like that. So there is a collective destiny, and that collective destiny usually comes from your personal destiny. Whatever destiny leads you to, it is whatever you have done in this life is what is going to guide you into the next life, and where you should be born, and where you should reincarnate at. So your collective destiny will come from your personal destiny. So if you are able to do things that you want to do to make your personal destiny a good one, then you should be hoping that in your next manifestation on this physical plane, you will be in a community where you can benefit from the seeds efforts that you have made today in your life, and that's what will guide you. So, yes, there are community and destiny of humanity, but then it is our personal destinies that have chosen that. If you are born in an area where the people are just bandits and reckless people, you grow up with that, and that's what your life will take. And if you are born in a place where people are calm and learn about good things in life, that's how your world will be. But once in a while, you may be born from a very bottom of the ladder. But if your destiny is for you to reach the top, once in a while, some people will be born at the bottom of life, but because of their past destiny, it will make them climb the ladder through and get to the top, even though they were born at the bottom. And that is also their destiny, because when they are climbing the ladder from the bottom, their life will influence other people's life along the way by building the other people and influencing other people, and also setting an example for other people to also emulate and develop to a higher state in the future. So destiny is a very, very important thing, and for that reason, when you are living in this life, do the best that you can in order to create a good destiny for yourself. We even believe, and it is in Hinduism also, it believes that when you are here and you are very reckless and very wicked and create all kind of problems and hard times for other human beings, the possibility of you coming back as a human being sometimes even doesn't exist. You may come back as a tree, as an animal, as a stone, or whatever. So please, let us be careful what we do. That's why when you learn spirituality, especially voodoo things, it is advisable that you don't use it to attack people, because you may be creating some karma that will affect you in your next existence. Thank you very much. What I don't have is my mentor. Whoever knows something that I did not know is my guide. I have no pride, and I say it as it is, and I deal with human beings the way they appear to me. Thank you. Yes, let's go. Bring it into practicality. I don't know how real it is to you, but to me, until it's very practical, that I can see and feel and touch, I still wait. I don't just keep things in the imaginative state. They must materialize. And that's what Voodoo teaches me. And that's why I am teaching about Voodoo. Everything in this world is firstborn in invisible mind. Creation, manifestation. This is philosophy. I'm not interested in philosophy. Hades Yugin, I'm not interested in philosophy. These are philosophies that have been written down millions and thousands of years ago, and we are not looking for that. It's just like in the Bible, when so many things, angels dancing around God's throne, and we have been here suffering. Why should angels be dancing around God's throne in heaven, while we, the black people, we are suffering here? And the white man tells you that if you obey your master, God will give you this thing. The white man is sitting in an air-conditioned room or a very cool area, and then let you, the black man, work in the sun from sundown, from dawn to dusk. And you are telling me that angels love you, black people, so much, and then they are dancing before God's throne, and your masters are whipping you. If today they are not even using whips to whip you, the way people are treated and cheated, a lot of people lock up in jails for simple misdemeanors and all this. And you are telling me that imagination is more real than reality. But that's for you. I'm not talking about philosophy here. We are talking about practicality of whatever it's said by our ancestors. Creation and manifestation starts in mind. Yeah, you were also in God's mind. Yes, everybody, before you become anything, first you have to imagine it. But until it becomes practical, that imagination is useless. Don't you think so? Imagining it, if you don't manifest it on the physical plane, it is useless. So for us in African traditional spirituality, and especially in every Voodoo, that manifestation must take place and then people can be sure that what you are saying is real. It's not magic, it is reality. But when someone is sick and they bring a sick person to me, and then I saw that the person is sick, and then I pray to my deities, and they said they taught me or they teach me, go get this and get that herb, and I mash the herb and bath the person, and the person's problem is gone. That is a physical materialization of what the gods or the spirits are teaching. It is not just philosophical in the mind that, oh, this thing is that. I've read so much philosophy in this world, which is philosophy of creation and all this thing. But until something is real and practical and manifest, you are just that philosophy inside your head is just crazy. Sorry to say, but the way I look at spirituality, I have been into many before choosing this path. And this path is more practical to me and more realistic to me. That's why I stick to it. So that kind of mentality that we are kings, we are queens. So if today you are liberal, you don't even have bicycle to ride, and you are saying in the past you were king. So what? Who cares about your kingdom? You are not king now. You cannot sit on the same table with kings. If in your past life or in your ancestors were kings and queens, where is your palace? Let's be realistic about spirituality. Don't let us use imagination and deceiving or deceit of ourselves to think that that's what it is. Traditional African spirituality is real and it is very practical. And if you are able to get the real knowledge from the real people, you can change your life while you are here. That's what I teach you at African Magic Temple. Thursday, Yao, Kofi, and all these things were not real Ewe names. Those names were adopted from the account. Those names were adopted from account. And then, of course, it found its way into our Ewe culture and Ewe language. Ewes, when they born the first son, they call Foley. And if they born another one after that Foley, and it's also a boy, they will say Foley Chair. Foley Chair. And if it's a first child and it's a daughter.
Oh, but I think we can't hear you on this side. You just muted it.
You said? Senna, I can hear you, so
That's why I was asking. Yes, now we can hear you.
So what happened? Because it has been like that all through.
Oh, it just briefly muted for a second, but it's now back.
Okay, maybe it's the network. Please do it with the monitor. So Aves having the name Yao, Kofi, Koku, Kwame, Komla, these were not originally Ave names. They were account names. So Aves adopted those names into their culture, and now we have those names. When you are born on Monday, as a boy, you will be called Kojo, and if you are a girl, you are called Ajoa or Ajo. Then Tuesday will be Abina or Abra, or man will be Komla or Kobra. And so it is Kwaku, Aku, Yao, Kofi, and Afi. And then Saturday will be Ama and Kwame. Sunday become Kwasi and Akosia. Originally, these were not Ewe names. The Ewes have names like they call you Mojinu. The moment they call you Mojinu, the Ewe understand that you were born on the way. means you were not born at home. The mother gave birth to you when either she was going to farm or she was coming back from farm or she was traveling somewhere. So the name automatically tells where you were born. So you're called Mojinu. So as I was saying, they call the first daughter Agwe, and then they will come that if it's a fully as the first son is born and the next child is a girl, they will call Foliwe. Foliwe. So these were the names of the Eves, and some Afa names also came into Eve names, where you hear the names like Aduba and all kind of names. So Thursday, Sunday, Monday names, I'm not very sure if I can really talk about it because each and every tribe will have their own understanding of that. But originally, it came from Akan names. The Aves have their own names, just like how we have our own year with months. Aves have got 13 months, not 12 months. But these days, people are trying to merge it into the Gregorian calendar by making it 12 months. But the Aves have got only 28 days in a month. So all together become 13 months. So Vivian, and if the Afa priest is also a healer, all Afa priests during the funeral, each one will go and pick herbs and put that herbs into the coffin of the departed priest, so that when he comes back in his next life, he will come back with the knowledge and the intuition, wisdom of herbs, so that in his next life he can still be a herbalist or a healer. That's what it's done when an Afa priest dies. Now, is it to be thrown away? No, you don't throw it away. If you throw it away, you throw the person's destiny away, because the Afa initiation is also your destiny. It's your essay. That's why it is called Monlin Se. That is also the path of your destiny. So if you throw it away, the person you bury will just come back in. If he is able to come back in this world again, he will become a useless person and will not know his way. But sometimes they will worry you even before they reincarnate, so that people will do the right thing. If the person was a very strong person, he has to come upon people and speak to oracles so that people will do the right thing. Then they say, can the family use it for something else? No, the family cannot use it, because that destiny does not belong to the family. It belongs to the person who was initiated into it, and that is that person's personal destiny. So when that person dies, that personal destiny goes with that person. You don't give it to anybody. It cannot be kept within the family for anything, because it will not work. However, the divination chain, which we call the Pele or Kumaga, and the Yorubas call it Opele, that one can be left behind for people to use, because that is not Fa. That is just the Ochiani or the spokesperson of Fa. So that one can be left behind. But the Fa itself will have to be buried with the person who had been initiated into it. Okay, please move it down. And also, for instance, you assuming the family wants to find out the cause of that initiates death, can they use a kernel of the disease after to do divination to find out the cause of the person's death? The family cannot do it by themselves alone, unless, of course, you have Bokors that are within the family. That's why usually when a Bokor or a priest dies, they try to find a Bokor that understands Fa very well and also know the rules and regulations of Fa to come and intervene, to do a reading to find out what is the cause of the death. And then the divination will be done, and before even burial, before anything, and when the person is going to be buried, the afa will be buried with the person. The family cannot just to use the afa. If you are not initiated, how are you going to use somebody else's kernels to divinate? You are not initiated. So what do you know? Unless somebody who is initiated is the only one who can know. If you are not initiated, you cannot use afa to divine. I am sorry, but that's what it is. Yes and no. People say, but I have never experienced it, so I cannot say. I don't live on hearsay. I live on things that I have seen. I teach things that I have experienced and I have seen practically demonstrated to me. I don't live on hearsay. People say it exists, but I have never seen somebody be invisible, and I have never been invisible myself. Let's go on. Then we have Hades Yugin again. Baba, are there any inspirational voodoo stories? There are so many. It is when certain things are being done that those stories are shared. But as I said many times, voodoo is a very practical thing. So it is not only stories. You see, when we are in every voodoo, we use fa as the guide to teach and communicate with the voodoo so that we can learn what the voodoo wants us to do to be successful in each and every ritual or ceremony that we wanted to do. So when you are interacting with your voodoo through fa, the oracle that will fall during that time, there will be a story in the oracle, and that story is going to tell you and will guide you on what you are trying to do. Take for instance the Afa story of dogs and bones. And those of you who are on Twitter and want to see us, we are fixing it. So I'm going to pour a very simple libation, and then we can go on. Thank you all for having the patience and for joining the section. I'm grateful, much grateful to all of you. Oh, ago mauga, ago mauga, ago mauga. Mauga sobolisa meduago, mauga kiti kata meduago, mauga esse joto, ame joto, esse na anuame, sete na anuame, woman of heavy, dokun of heavy, woman of heavy, maybe an anu dokun of heavy obeo, dokun of heavy, maybe an anu woman of heavy obeo, esse opolipo, esse George, me George, esse grana negra, maybe anu gate no molo, me yoshi me hand for a show, me for a show, but in do go, your abraxas. Me yosi adrepo do go, your tadreta with you, Kuna, oh, verso, recam, your maduago. Ye me yo, me no zogie, and you so kakachi, kazi, bashi adre, me ala fava, and brevin, and cream, and you hollow me your when you ingwa majo flolo for paying Bamadwadika, when you have Matekulo, Eteku, Etega. Oh, my, you are kind, but you overkind on your kind, Javakind, Suvakind, Tropovakind, and your kind to Shavakind, and your Tavaka Gavakind. Pelipa, remember Hajado, Laco, Flavamanda, if you told us somebody, you may have Minuda, Hogbao, Bewao, Capwa, Pomio, Zango, young Plevia, Kakania, Hogbes, Yamaya Klama, Bay. Me yo pata joma ku afoka me vole mo chime vole vudo me bere kokolo ku atole fo fama jogo nyo he be jogo nyo me to ayo mama ju to anu kware pe be yin le fe me beto ba jo to zo pe du mo no te fere ka jo pata be le happy jo fo ba jo yin jo pata o fe fia jo pata metro na me no anyi afi mi ajolo Jopata, yen te fe me yo amesi me bo jiri to togbere nta fa pelu ti zugbolu ajima ogboju kulo do ja lo fe nkome valenti fa fa me lo valo jona pefu ago sapate me yo atigeli me yo group du me yo kinke la afia ye me yo amenga sese geja papa sese togeje
O me yo brahini me yo gbogbochi me yo ngbe foli koko mo ke gomle godo kluche kuma kama ga tagbenyo. Ba ha kuto me fana milo. Me yo tonye kosi poku akubie no nya koso go kufonye ko ngeje tasi nya mo si fusi. Kam koso abra ko bra mama gbojo mba tagbena ko kofi tagbena kubia me nsa mama nye dori e ngbe pekuno. Kuto me fana ameya. Me baba.
Mike top batting.
Top.
Ne cover filter ko top batting. Ele middle batting.
I don't know. Mele baba.
Okay, ele middle. Okay, ele baba.
Me yo mama nya gbojo mba tagbena ko kofi tagbena kubia me nsa mama nye dori e ngbe pekuno kuto me fana mi. Me yo penye Celestine ya wakubia Katrina kubia fonya sense ko de fonya ya obe na kubia kuto me fana mi lo. Ya na gbogbo ne fana nye kule vinyo mi no. Me yo mi asro I want to teach you to be a silk penny cat, the feminine sakuto and a family. You are one or two G. Bokor to G, Tabo to G, Community Reke, Kutum and a fanalo. We are Bokor Daffy so far who will be Bokor Fata Joge, Kutum and a family who bore. We are Honor back, Honor Bay, I began to wear my say, Kutum and a family who bore. And I will put a family. I will be your meaning. May I talk me an entry to register to Abraham Jivenu Chame. You talk with Fiatosi Montavilla Benyanasi, your Daniel Levy, Pomarella Agbaro, your Amaga Koku, and Atovi, and Kaima Kutoman Fana, happy by Kutoman Fanalo. Your three view, Brian, you get you could have your baby, you put him in a battery and Ungua, Teshi, view Petit Kutoman Fanamisia. Mayo Abuchi Sakrakama Chapa, Bea Dogo, Kotokoli, or Kuruma Kua, Tobono Lecho, Frat Tamania, Fifin Kumabisinkra, or Kofito Jabaku. Ocho tua kuficha hen kufi atra kable me yo mi pete me to gbe ho gba to mo gba vodu to da hwe me yo ke yo aplege de matpesa cochino opo echi ajemo no opo echi ngoni vo opo echi chivi ta he me de egbe kere ke de bo ke pesa ji de egbe sabe be yenye wole pepa gutobe de pesa ji chai de egbe sa yenye wole pepelo gongo nya tepe me to be glindo be pocho jima kwa beja na be komo kwa chine tu na glindo ko na glindo do na glindo nya na glindo he na glindo la me na glindo be chivono glindo ebe yenye ye fe mangade funa mo fika hivi fo la ku tu no dani po no dani be chivono dani mali bo dani je fono na tronvo no vono dani ama vono dani ke ebe yenye gbongai agla pa vidi me yo mi o ke dagba yo gbogbo chi a vidi nya tefe umbuga ke mi le tome me yo mi abete yo fana go no fa gbo ma je so pepe tomo so le me da pa vidi me yo pali gbe meji eku meji wole meji di meji lo so meji mali meji abla meji akala meji guda meji sa meji ka meji trupe meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji mali che tula me yo clever bi me fu atoba do bo me toba de nyade ma ko ine di lo dagba. Okay, thank you all everybody for having the patience to wait. Those of you who came and left, we are back, we are here now, so you can rejoin us. And if you are still here, I'm thanking you very much for hanging on and having the patience to wait for us. And somebody is saying, who is follow? Who said, who is that one? Is it, whose name is that?
Sorry, that's it, Shamba. Bokor Shamba.
Okay, so we are on Facebook and Bokor on Revolution Voodoo Education on Facebook, and we are having Bokor Shamba Musa Muhammad say, good afternoon, Papa. I hope you are well. Papa, I was trying to join Clubhouse, but I am not seeing where I can join. Yes, thank you very much, Bokor Shamba. The Clubhouse is not working anymore for live section. You can we can only do chatting to chat. It's no more working as it used to be in what do you call it, as in live section where we can communicate, all of us can communicate and talk. So for that reason, we have changed the Clubhouse. We are now using what do you call this one? Telegram as the live section. We are using Telegram as our live section now. So get on to Telegram and you'll be able to talk with us, because for the other ones you can't talk. On the Clubhouse we can't talk anymore. It is only chatting, and with this I cannot have the time to be chatting, so it will be better you go on to
It's on Papa's chair.
Telegram. You get me on Telegram live. Listen, the TikTok, you have to position the camera a little bit this way so that yeah, it's better. Yeah, even though the logo is not totally showing, but if you can adjust it, the logo can show, and I can also be fully in the this because one part of my body is not in the camera. But that if you send it back one, it will not be okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. That's fine. So Shamba, thank you very much. So go on to
I'm sending him the link.
what is what we why am I forgetting things like this? Telegraph. I want to call Telegraph. I am mistakenly thinking template.
Oh, sorry.
Telegram. Okay, Telegraph. Okay, thank you very much. So let's move the cursor here. Let me see the other people. Oh, he's the only one here now.
No, please, Papa.
Okay, we have a Kwaku Agbeko. Say, Togbi, good afternoon, please. I want to ask if the conjuring of money, dove, and so on are real in voodoo practice. Conjuring is entertainment magic. It is not anything to do with voodoo or any spirituality, whatever. Magic, as you see it on stage magic or entertainment magic, has nothing to do with spirituality. Illusions and all this thing has nothing to do with spirituality. So the conjuring of dolls, money, rabbits or bunnies and all this thing is not a spiritual practice. So it has no place in voodoo practice. Thank you. Then we have Nana Kojo J. Nyami saying greetings, Pa and AMT family. Oh no, you have covered it. Kojo J. Nyami in what is the name of the guy? Hungary.
Yeah.
So Kojo J. Nyami in Hungary saying good evening, Papa. Hello, Kojo. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. Hope you are doing well. And then we have our sister Kadi Fisher. Say greetings, Pa and the AMT family. Hello, Kadi. Good greetings to you and good evening from Accra, Ghana. Thank you. Let's go on. Okay, we have Kwaku Agbako saying Togbi Afawubo. Afawubo, that's what they say. But there are some places that you need a bow. Okay, let's go on. Okay, I think on Revolution Voodoo Education we are done with that. So we'll go on to TikTok. Well, okay, we'll go on to TikTok and we have a Stella Tanzania sharing the live video, and then I mean Kofi.
Yes, Coffee.
I mean Coffee.
Yes,
good evening, sir. What do you call it? So good evening, sir. Happy Sunday and happy Sunday to you too. I mean Coffee. Thank you. And then we have Maryland. Say hi. Good afternoon, Papa. Good afternoon, Maryland. Thank you very much. And then we have Sunshine. Say hi, Papa. Happy Sunday. I'm happy to see you. Thank you very much, Sunshine. I'm also happy that you are here. I think we'll be seeing each other very soon, hopefully. Thank you very much. And then we have Pages, who is saying, hello, Father. I was waiting all along for you to come online. Yes, I am here now. We were having some little challenges with our camera. So now everything is okay again, and where I am here. And then we have a Mote M 057 at following the host. Okay. Then we have Krista. I highly respect you a lot. Thank you very much, Krista. I respect everybody, and you included. Thank you very much for joining the section, Krista. Let's go up and see if there's any more. Krista is the last one on TikTok. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we are now on YouTube. We have a Sabrina Peace. Sabrina is a Peace Papa. I have a question about how the ancestral feeding apedo is done. One, is it necessary to call out the individual names of the ancestors? Yes, Sabrina, it is very important, because if you are giving food to something or somebody, you need to call their name, especially when they are not physically in the world. And you are also, what you are doing is, you are doing a physical thing to connect with the unphysical or the spiritual. You need to mention their name, the people you want to feed. There's nobody with the name my ancestor in the ancestral world. There's nobody who has that name called my ancestor or an ancestor. There is nobody called that. Ancestor just means your family members or people that you have dealt with who pass on. And each and every one of them have names before dying. Their names were never called an ancestor. When they want to call them, they call them by their name. So when you want to feed an ancestor, you need to call the name of the person you want to feed. And then the prayers and the rituals will get to that person. That's your first question. And then your second question is what happens with the chicken after? Of course, they say we are feeding the ancestors, or we are doing apedo. We cook the chicken. Human beings will eat some part. There are some special parts that are taken out for the ancestor or the ancestor that you are feeding. So when the chicken is first killed for the ancestors, and we tell them that we have given you the blood or the fresh one, and then when it is cooked, we give them the cooked one as well. And after that, we leave it. Animals and dogs and other cats will come and eat the rest. That's how it is done. So definitely, the chicken is useful. People eat it, and there are certain parts that are removed for the ancestors when you do ancestral feeding the correct way. It's not like buying a biscuit and breaking biscuit and put on your altar and say, my ancestors have given you biscuit. That one doesn't go anywhere. There's a process of doing ancestral feeding. And Sabrina, yes, I have already answered that, your second question here. That is it cooked and eaten? Yes, it is cooked and eaten. And some parts that are supposed to be given to the ancestors is taken out and given to the ancestors. And then we have Geronimo Davidson say Aboru Aboye Abo Shishe, where Eves will say a bolu, a boy, a abokiche. Thank you very much, Davidson. Say Baba and family. Good to see you. I haven't seen you seen here for a while. You haven't been here for a while. Yes, I can see that. Thank you very much for coming back to join us. I'm very grateful. I think that is enough for the YouTube for now.
Yes, please.
Okay. And then we have our brother Michael James. He said, Alafia and blessings to you, Baba, and everyone together in learning together. Alafia and blessings to us all. Ejiogbe, Ashe Jongbe, Ashe. Thank you very much, Michael Michelle James. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much for joining the section. Please send us questions so that we can all learn together. Thank you very much. I'm grateful you are here. Let me see that let me see. No, I want to see the TikTok. There is someone there.
Yes, please.
I think it's Tagwe Jigbeza. You go down. Yeah. Okay. There's Adozuke Komla. Okay. There's somebody with a good something under. Let me see the name. So Godwin.
It comes and it goes.
Okay, that's my in-law, I think. Okay, we have Stephen the General on TikTok saying greetings to you, sir. Hello, Stephen. Thank you very much for joining. And then we have Aite. Say good afternoon, Tagwe. Why voodoo Daniel is powerful, but so little is known about it. Aite, even me who is sitting here, I've never heard about voodoo Daniel before. Or is it Adani? Okay, you are Aite is talking about Adani. I think the automatic spelling went and put Daniel.
Yes,
And there is no voodoo called Daniel that I have ever heard of. But if you say Adani, Dani voodoo, yeah, there are so many Dani voodoos, and people have different types. So, and I don't know why people don't talk much about it. Even me, I don't talk so much about my Dani voodoo. I don't know, but maybe that's how it is. It is. If not everybody have Dani voodoo, but I have a Dani voodoo, Dani, and unless I'm feeding and praying to it, that's when you hear of it. But generally, you are right. Not many people talk so much about Dani voodoo. But then there are some shrines. Dani voodoo is the only voodoo. So in such shrines, they talk about it a lot because that's their main voodoo. But in our shrine, Dani voodoo is not the main voodoo. So it is part of the other voodoos that support the patron voodoos. So yeah, maybe that's why people don't talk about it so much. Dani voodoo, I have a Dani voodoo. I have a Dani voodoo with me, yes. And then we have pages. Pages say, Father, please, what is a Dani voodoo? Okay. Pages. A Dani voodoo is usually we in Evedome and where I learn we don't call it Adani, we just call it Dani or Bonge. Dani voodoo is a voodoo that when things come, it repels. Yeah, that's what it means. It repels negativity. If people send energies to attack you, it repels it. And if someone is sick and they bring the person to you and you take it to Dani voodoo, whatever spirit is attacking the person will immediately leave the person and the person will be free before you start to do healing. So Dani voodoo is something. When they say Dani, it's actually a Akan language. Dani voodoo is an Akan word. To Dani means to change the situation. Dani. Is that a?
Yes, please, Papa.
So Dani, it's in a tree. Dani to change it. So it's people call it a Dani voodoo, but some people also call it Adani voodoo. But the word actually Dani voodoo is actually an Akan word which found its way into Ewe voodoo. Means something that can repel or change the situation from bad to good. So that's why it's called a Dani voodoo. But if we want to say it in serious every word, it will be called Bonge voodoo. Bonge means that Bonge also. I think it is Yoruba, but I'm not sure. But something that will come and then it repels a repellent, like a repellent. It repels negative energies. So that is what Dani voodoo is about, and that's what it is. So it repels negativity or whatever is trying to chase you. So sunshine, a Dani voodoo is a voodoo that is a repellent or repels negativity. Yeah, some shrines have it. We also have one or two here. There's what we call Chivi. It's also a Dani voodoo, and most of the time when we have an emergency, we go to it, and it's a Mamiwata voodoo as well, because it's a water spirit, because it lives inside water. So when we go to it, we bath its water after praying to it. And even if a person is in a very critical condition, when they bath the water after the prayers and telling the voodoo what is happening, somehow we see changes immediately. So that is what is called Dani voodoo. But the word Dani is actually an Akan word, and how it found its way into Ewe voodoo, I don't know. But it means that which can turn, to change or to turn. Yeah, that's what it is. And then we have Island King 718. Say, Baba, can you explain the steps towards initiation on your system? Thank you very much. Island King, you see, when you say initiation on our system, we have so many voodoos here. And I believe many shrines also have many voodoos. And when you are introduced to any of the voodoos, it is through initiation. So initiation simply means an introduction. So when we say you are initiated into a voodoo or into a particular voodoo or into a spiritual system, means you have been introduced to that spiritual system, that spiritual practice. You've been introduced to it. That's all that the initiation is all about. So, for instance, if I am going to initiate you into this particular voodoo Akai, then I have to give you the Akai's seed, the seeds of power. I must empower the seeds, and with the incantation of this particular voodoo, and then you swallow the seed. Now I am going to call the Akai energy from wherever it is in outer space or in the universe, and let the Akai energy know that I have introduced him to you. That is all that initiation is all about. When they say initiation, that's what it means. However, if you want to be initiated into Ifa or Afa, as we call it in Ewe, if you want to initiate into Afa, Afa also has its own system of introduction to Afa, whereby they teach you certain things and also give you some information on Afa and how to deal with Fa and how to work with Fa. That's also another initiation. And then in our shrine, we have what we call the African Magic Temple initiation. And the African Magic Temple initiation is threefold. We initiate you into the patron spirits of our shrine. There are three major patron spirits that we work with. And these patron spirits will be introduced to you, and also they will be invoked to come to work with you wherever you may be. But initiation is always a physical thing. No one can initiate you when you are far away from them. But I don't know if other shrines will initiate you when you are not even physically here. But for me, at our shrine, initiation is always a physical thing. It's always a physical thing. So when you were interested in the initiation, you have to let us know what you are interested in. Then that is when we will know what kind of initiation to do for you. However, when you do a reading, and in your reading, the oracle designate that you should be initiated into a particular voodoo, then that one, it is not you who want to decide what to be initiated into, but the spirit will know what is good for you, and the spirit world is instructing you, and we who will be initiating you to initiate you into a particular order. That's all that initiation is all about. To Island King 718. And then Island King again, I mean how things are done in your shrine. Thank you for explaining, Baba. 3 patron spirits. No, they are not saints. The 3 patron spirits are not saints. They are spirits, they are voodoos, they are deities. They are not saints at all. Saints are people who has lived in this world and died, and their spirit is still active and working with the world. Those are the people we call saints. The Aves and the Akans call them Nananum. The Aves call them Togbio. And in the English word for saints is what we today call the ancestors. Yeah. Because the people who died, who lived here and did a good work, and their name remains, and we still invoke them to come to our aid in our families and all this. And these are called ancestors. So it is not saints. When we talk about the patron spirits, they are not saints. They were not human beings ever. They had never been human beings before. They were spirits from the very beginning of creation. And they had always been here before human beings had come. So these are the energies that we introduce you to when we do African Magic Temple initiation. And the good thing about it is that when the initiation is done, most often the energies that we are introducing you to, or the deities that we are introducing you to, they will come upon you like in a possession. They must descend upon you to tell you that they have recognized your presence, that they are here to work with you. They will show it through physical performance or actions. Yeah, there's a way they show it openly, and everybody and you yourself will feel their presence before the initiation is over. But for some people it takes longer than others. Some it happens immediately during the initiation. Some it may take some time after initiation, maybe even days and weeks before the energy start coming to you. But the introduction, once the introduction is done, you are recognized in the spirit world. Thank you for that question. That is Island King. And then we have Elo. Is it EB? EB. Okay, EB. Say, Togbe, greetings. Is it possible to communicate with my late dad of 6 years? Yeah, here too we do what we call science, necromancy. Yeah, and we also practice necromancy, where we try to invoke the spirit of a dead person. But before that can be done, you need to bring something that the person had touched during his lifetime. It makes it easier for me to be able to connect to the dead person, dead body, or the dead spirit of the person. The person's, I don't know how to mention it, to connect with the dead person's spirit, because the dead person itself is lying inside the grave, but the spirit is out there with the spirit maker. So I must know his name, the time he died, where he is buried, and then something that he has physically touched before, because his heart vibration would have been in that. And then I send the Abochi to go and look for him in the spirit world, or in the world of the dead people. And then when they go get him, when he comes into the mirror, I'll be able to connect with him and discuss whatever you want to know. And there will be certain information that maybe only you knew. You and him are the only ones who would know. And if he is able to tell me those informations, and I tell you, you will know whether I have come in contact with the person you are trying to talk with, a dead person you are trying to talk with or not. Whether I have, because I don't know you, I have never met you before. But if I can contact your dead person, and the person can tell me events that had happened in his life or in your life, and they are real, then probably that will give you the guarantee that yes, it is true that I am talking to a person who has passed on, and I invoke them and I am talking to their spirit. Thank you very much, EB, for that question. You can. Then we have Luna Nicole sending us a rose flower ×1. Thank you very much, Luna Nicole. We are very grateful. And then Island King 718 says, I stand corrected. Yes, it is. We are learning here, so there's nothing to be worried about. We call them ancestors, and not saints are ancestors. Yeah. And then we have EB say, respect Toby. Oh, thank you very much, EB. Respect to you too. Thank you all. And then Island King say, wow, that makes a lot of sense, Baba, having a physical object of the departed person. Yes, that is how, because you know, the whole world is a vibration and waves. Where when people are alive, they emanate some waves. And when they die too, they emanate certain waves. So for this reason, when whatever you touch or whatever you are wearing, your vibrations are in this clothing. That's why in Voodoo, sometimes people can use your clothing to be able to get to you, whether you are there physically or not. There are ways people can use things that you have touched before, things that you have wore before, your fingernails, your hair, your toes, and anything that your vibration is in it, they can use it to get to you if the person knows his way very well in Voodoo. So in Voodoo, we use that to be able to connect with the spirit world as well as the physical world. So whatever the person had touched and had his vibration in it, makes it easier for me to be able to get to where the spirit of the dead person is and communicate and bring the information back to you. Thank you. I think, and then you move the cursor, move it up, and let me see. Yeah, okay, that is Island King was saying, wow, that's makes a lot of having. Then we go to Stephen the General. I say, thank you so much for all the education. Thank you to Stephen the General for the questions that you are asking, and for your dedication, all of you, for coming every Sunday to ask questions so that we all learn from one another. I'm very grateful to all of you. Okay, let's go on, and we are with EB. Eb. Say, at what time can I call the contact number provided, please? We work almost every day from 8:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the evening. So you can call from 8:30 in the morning to 8:30 p.m. But today, because of the live section, everybody is busy working to make the live section a successful one. So you have to wait until the live section is over, which will be over in about an hour and a half hours time. What's the time now?
5:08.
Yeah, so by 6:30 we will be done with the live section, so you can call. They will attend to you. Thank you very much, EB. Okay. Then we have Island King 7183. We do have a similar mirror magic in the Caribbean, but I doubt it matches what you do in Africa. You know, a lot of people have magic mirrors, different ones, different types. But each and every one has their own work to do. Some people have a mirror which is not any magic mirror, I would say so, but they can just play games with your mind and tell you things that do not correspond to what you want to know. But some also have it just to create fear and intimidation, just like in religious circles. So I would say that there are so many different magic mirrors. Maybe the one in the Caribbean is as powerful as wherever. You go to India, you will get magic mirror. You go to China, you will get magic mirror. Everybody has, but it depends on the person who is the seer or the diviner. If the person is really trained properly, I think it's the camera.
Yes. What?
But where is Kofi?
Call Kofi for me.
Bokor Said is doing something here, and you people press it, just press it.
Yes.
No, I think there is a place they press there. But why you are there if this is your work? Or there's no space here for you?
Oh, don't worry. When you just press that one. Yeah. Okay. And then this thing. Okay. Let me go and relate to the camera. Be sharing.
It's okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Be sharing
You come and
the link for me. Be posting it and sharing it.
So, Island King. Yeah, so there are different types of what do you call it? Magic mirrors. So each and every one maybe call phone me call direct you maybe I already at you. And then the Island King is saying that so the ancestors comes through easier when the reading is done. Yes, if we want to do a reading, we have so many different divination tools that we use at African Magic Temple. One of them is the magic mirror. Then we have the Afa. We also have the crystal ball. And we also have the direct voodoo divination, where the voodoo directly communicate with the person in charge of the voodoo, and the person tells you what the voodoo is saying, and then you ask your question, and the person communicates back to the voodoo, and the voodoo says what he sees and tells. That is how it is done if you are using the voodoo. And of course, the cowries that are here also, there are cowries that have been empowered with herbs that speak, or we call them talking herbs. And so when the cowries are empowered with talking herbs, and you know how to read the cowries when they fall, that also is another form of divination. We use this one too. So we have so many different. The mirror is more of necromancy, dealing with people who has passed on and getting information from them, and then bringing it to the physical world for people to understand or to know when they need to know. Yeah. So that is for the mirror. And because the mirror initiation is a very long process, it took me almost 5 to 7 years to get the mirror. And it includes so many things. There's a part of it where the spokes, the spokes in an umbrella, the umbrella metals, the small metals on which they put the cloth. As part of the initiation where they cut them into small pieces, put it on your nose here, squeeze certain herbs, the juice from certain herbs onto the metals, and with incantations, these metals on your nose will just go inside your head and form an antenna, that becomes like a satellite for you to be able to reach anywhere in the world when you tune in. Why won't you push that thing away? What do you call it? Push it forward. Yes. Right. Then this place, the door can be easily opened. Kofi, get a chair for yourself and sit here, so that you can be doing what Bokor is doing. Excuse me, sorry, we are still adjusting something in here. The studio is very small, so we need to adjust ourselves, but we did it in such a way that we can cut the sound, the outside sound, as much as possible. Thank you very much. So the mirror is more like a necromancy, and you need to sleep on the grave of a person who had the mirror once in their lifetime, or who had worked with the mirror in their lifetime. So the spirit of the mirror deals with the people who had passed on. So for you to get the full initiation, you need to sleep in the cemetery, or to sleep on the grave of someone who has passed on. And that's where you actually receive the mirror. And the mirror, the physical mirror, is this one that is on the table in front of me. But then once you are initiated into it, the spirit of the mirror will be with you everywhere you go. So it is not always that you have to put the physical mirror in front of you before the spirit or the voodoo start telling you things. It can tell you things if you want to know. When you choose to tune into that voodoo, the voodoo will tell you things. It's a whole lot of process, and it is not like a child's play. But because I was interested in it, and my old man had the mirror for so many years, he started working with the mirror when he was 4 years old. The mirror that belonged to his uncle, and he could see, but the uncle who got the mirror couldn't see. So in all his life, until his 100 and over years, he was always working with the mirror, and he was the one who gave me the mirror. He's the one. So the whole process is there. But I have never done the mirror for anybody yet, because the process is very long. And with this global warming and population, a lot of the herbs that were used in making the mirror are no more easily available to get. But I don't think they are totally gone. If we look for them, we will find them, but they are not that easily available. Yeah, thank you very much, Island King. And then we have EB say thank you, and thank you too. Then we have Real Gazi. He said, where are you located? We are in Accra, Ghana, on the Spinters Road. But when you go into our profile, you will find our telephone number. I don't attend to people who do not book appointment to see me. Thank you. And then we have Island King 718 Baba. Afa magic is done differently than Nigerian Ifa then. Yes, a little bit different. The Afa initiation in our AV way is a little bit different from the Nigerian one. But of course, I have not really been to any Nigerian Ifa initiation before, so I cannot tell completely. But I believe that it is a little bit different. And then I am seeing a lot more necromancy in Afa. No. The mirror is not Afa. The mirror is not, has nothing to do with Afa. The mirror is voodoo. It is not Afa or Ifa at all. The mirror is totally different. We do Afa readings where we use the divination chain, which the people call Opele. The Evis call it Pele. We do that, but the mirror is not Ifa or Afa. The mirror is totally a different thing. That's why I'm talking about the necromancy. It is not Afa or Ifa. In Eve, Afa is the necromancy. This thing is totally a different thing. It's a voodoo. So at Africa Magic Temple, we are practicing Afa and voodoo. That's what we practice here, Afa and voodoo. So we have voodoos, different voodoos, and we have Afa or Ifa as well. So it is not I was talking about the mirror of necromancy. Doesn't have anything to do with Afa. Then that is what it is. The mirror is on its own. It's a voodoo initiation. Okay, let me see the top. This thing is shaking. Is it we who are making it, or
It's TikTok.
TikTok is making it to shake? Okay. And then we have a real Ghazi say, please, how do I join? A real Ghazi, there's nothing to join. We don't have an organization for people to join. We don't have anything here to join. Nobody is joining anything. We are only teaching and people are learning. Nobody joins anything. It's not a lodge. It is not a cult, and it is not a group where people join. Our work is what we are doing here. And if you want to do any spiritual consultation, whatsoever, we do and give you guidance. But there is no group to join. We don't have any group to join. Thank you. And then we have the Island King again. He said, one of my goals is to connect missing parts of Caribbean voodoo with Africa. Okay. Yeah, definitely the African one may have a lot of links that are missing in the Caribbean one, because the Caribbean voodoo practices left here, and they were adulterated with different other voodoo practices from different parts of the African or of Africa in general. But then because in the Caribbean, all kind of Africans were sent there from different ethnic backgrounds, and each ethnic group has their own way of approaching their spirituality. But then it has become a hodgepodge in the Caribbean, where everybody is mixing everything together, and once they call it that it's coming from Africa, people would think that it is Ewe voodoo. But the word voodoo is Ewe word, Ewe and Fon word for spirit. Other people from other cultures may not call it voodoo. Some people are calling it Inkisi. Inkisi is he also? I think they call something Inkisi. I think it's either destiny or whatever. I think it's the Igbo word for some spiritual practice, or maybe for destiny. I'm not very sure. But there's something called Inkisi I have heard. And people may not call it voodoo in their ethnic languages, but since it has gone into the Caribbean or out of Africa, and it is it's a Congo something, eh?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's like voodoo. So in Congo, yeah. So, but now people they like Palo, Mayombe, and Paris Congo, and whatever where they call it Congo, these things, they are all voodoo practices, but they are not Ewe voodoo practice it. That's why we say that we are talking about Ewe Voodoo as in African Magic Temple's teaching. So the Ewe Voodoo is what we talk about, but the Voodoo, the word Voodoo has spread across the diaspora into the whole world, with the name coming from the Ewe and the four people who are in West Africa. But we have this Eastern African, Central Africa, Southern Africa, Northern Africa, Northwest Africa, and all these things also practicing what they practice, African traditional spirituality. And then later, because they have gone into the diaspora, each and everyone is called Voodoo. In reality, they are Voodoo. If even Eves will have to call it, they'll call it Voodoo. So there's nothing wrong when people call that Voodoo. But the word Voodoo is particular to the Eves as the name for spirit. So the Caribbeans have all kind of things mixed. But if someone is looking for Ewe Voodoo, then when you come to Africa, it makes you will be able to connect the missing details that is in West Africa Voodoo or the Ewe Voodoo. So, Island King, I am with you. I understand what you are saying. And then we have Island King again. He say, yes, Baba. No, go down. Yeah. So, okay, Island is so sorry to be asking too much questions. No, we are all learning from the questions and everybody will ask me. We are all learning from it. So don't feel shy or feel like you are giving me too much of obligation. I am here to answer questions and things that people can understand or have missing, and for you to be able to connect back to your roots. So don't feel anything when you ask many questions. It is for the good of all of us. Thank you very much. And then Island King 71, he said, yes, Baba, I'm familiar with Okpele again. Thanks for correction. Okay, thank you too. So the Okpele is for the Ifa or Afa, but the divination tools, which some is just fetching water inside a calabash and start to do a reading, or pouring the water on the ground and be able to do a reading. Some is to look into the sand and then be able to tell or divine. And there are so many. There is the Mary Dulogu, which is another form of divination in the Yoruba system, where you throw about 16 cowries or 32 cowries and be able to do a reading. And that also you have to be initiated into it and learn it and train so that you can understand how the cowries fall and you can tell. So there are so many different forms of divination in the Ewe as well as in the Yoruba, apart from the Okpele and the other things. Yeah. Thank you. I like it. And then we have Luna Nicole say, greetings, Baba. I had a reading with Baba Lao, who told me my ancestors were calling me. Calling you to go where? Where did he tell you they were calling you to go to? You see, when we are doing at African Magic Temple, we don't play games here. Our teachings and our spiritual work is very, very real, to the point that sometimes you will wonder. And that's why we are also very expensive. We are very expensive for one reason. We have invested a lot of money in training ourselves and training our students to get to the point, our readers, our diviners, to get to the point whereby when they do a reading for you, you will be wondering whether they were there with you when things were happening. Unlike many other spiritual houses or shrines or babalaos or bokors, who will just use psychology and all this thing to find out things and tell you exactly what you have already spoken to them. We are not like that. That's why when you come to our shrine, we don't ask you to tell us anything. we only ask you to speak on your money. We give it to the oracle. When the oracle comes back, the oracle will tell us exactly what you spoke on your money and what is happening in your life, to the point of no mistake. Everything will be, and some of the things that you even forgot, we'll be able to tell you. And when you take your time to go over the reading, you realize that we have almost covered everything that you had spoken on your money. So for us, if a Babala will tell you your ancestors are calling you, where are they calling you to come to? What he may have meant, I don't know, is that your ancestors are around you, and if their ancestors are calling you, he should also explain to you what your ancestors wanted. They are calling you, whatever they wanted you to do. Their ancestors should be able to tell what they want you to do. But in our language, if they say your ancestors are calling you, means they want you to die. They are inviting you to come to their land. Then you have to die before going to the ancestral world. So, if you say the Baba Allah told you that your ancestors are calling you, you must again ask him, where were they calling you to go to? We would have said that your ancestors are sending you a message, and then we will find out whether that message is a good luck message or is a bad luck message. Yeah, that's how we will go. Say it. They should get me water.
Yes, and the water for Papa. You bring the water quickly, okay?
And Luna Nicole went on back on TikTok and said, how do I know which path to take? You can only know which path to take when you do a reading. If you don't do a reading, there is no way you can know which path to take. You can be assuming, and you can also be guessing and be doing all kinds of things. You can be doing all these things, guessing and assuming and imagining and saying all kinds of things that, oh, it's my ancestors who are telling me this thing. But until you do a reading, and a real reading for that matter, not a reading that people just tell you things and they don't even tell you what to do to get what you were looking for. There are people who thought that a reading is only to come and hear what your problems are, and then once you hear what your problems are, then your problems will begin to solve. Your problems will begin to go away. No, at African Magic Temple, when we do a reading for you, we will also tell you what the spirit world is telling us to tell you what to do in order to change the situation in which you were before coming to us. But then we won't force you to do any vosa whatsoever. We will tell you the vosa that are necessary, but we will not force you to do the vosa. If you do, fine. You don't do, it's your problem. We are, and we will still remain only diviners to advise and advise you on your spiritual matters, but we will not force you that come and do it. If you don't do it, then something will happen to you. Whatever will happen to you, we will tell you in the reading. If you choose to do the vosa to avoid the negative part of the reading from things from coming to you, it's up to you. You don't want to do it, it's up to you. We don't have any problem. So that is it. Ireland. Now let's go down a little bit. Bring this in down. I think there's somebody up there. I think TikTok is bring down. Otherwise we would have jumped all this. Okay, so Nicole, Luna Nicole, you need to do a reading. Then in that reading, you will know which path to take. If you don't do a reading, forget it. You can't know which path to take. Then we have King Ziggy saying, wow, over there. Thank you, King Ziggy, for joining the system, the live streaming. And then we have Luna Nicole again. He said, I need to be initiated, but I don't feel drawn to Lukumi. Luna Nicole, you see the word Lukumi, Isese, Afa, Ifa, they are the same thing. If it is Lukumi, because Lukumi is the remnants of Afa or Ifa that has gone from Nigeria into the diaspora, and especially which landed in Cuba and the islands where they still practice Ifa, but then they call it Lukumi, and some group of people call it Isese. It is just like how Christianity is. We have the Protestants, we have the Catholics, we have the Methodists, and now we have the Charismatic. So the same thing is Afa or Ifa or Lukumi or Isese. There's nothing, because there is nothing like if it is Lukumi, then it is wrong, and if it is Isese, it is right, or if it is Afa, it is wrong, and if it is Ifa, it is okay. It is the same thing. But then maybe the teachers who had established these different names have their own human experiences and added to what they teach, and that's all that they're different, because Isese or Lukumi or Ifa or Afa is the same thing. So it's not a question whether you are drawn to Lukumi or not. If you want to be initiated, you will be initiated, because without initiation, you cannot know much about spirituality that you are looking for. When you get initiated before, doors will be opened for you, before many other secrets in that particular discipline can be opened to you. So if your teacher told you to get initiated, you can find out whether you get initiated into Ifa, Afa, Lukumi, or Isese. Is the same thing anyway. Thank you. But if you want to get initiated into Voodoo, that's another thing, because Voodoo and Ifa, Lukumi, Isese, and Afa are totally different. Voodoo is the spirituality of the Fon and the Ewe people, whereby Ifa, Lukumi, Isese, Afa are the spiritual discipline of the Yoruba people of Nigeria. Thank you. Then we have the Island King 718 again at Luna Nico. You saw a Lukumi Babalao, so of course you will be told need to initiate in Lukumi. Yes, of course, if it is a Lukumi, because that's what he knows and that's what he has to teach you. A teacher cannot teach you what he does not know. So if it's a Lukumi, this year, and the Lukumi reading told him that you should be initiated, then automatically it should be the initiation should be into Lukumi. But then if you are initiated into Lukumi, there's nothing wrong learning other things to add to whatever you have been initiated into. The spirit world is not like Christianity or our world, whereby they say once you are initiated into this, you can't learn from there. It is all the teachers who do that to scare you. I am initiated into Voodoo. I am also initiated into Ifa and Afa. Afa, not Ifa. I'm initiated into Afa, which is a spillover of Ifa from the Nigerians that my people have learned. So there's nothing wrong with that. I've been initiated into Tantra in India. I've been initiated into many into what do you call it? Ruhani Satsang, which is a teaching of Guru Nanak of the Sikh religion, Sikhism, and all these things. So, and I'm still here teaching Vodou, but then I have been initiated into all this. I had practiced them all. But here I sit and I'm teaching about my own people's traditional spirituality. And it does not stop me. It rather add more knowledge to what I do here. Thank you, Island King and Luna Nicole. I'm very grateful to both of you for that. And then Luna Nicole at Island King is saying, okay, Luna Nicole no, first the top is at Island Kings 7, and that is why I'm here. Okay, thank you. We are learning. And then Island King also at Luna Nicole has gotten the thumbs up for you. Thank you very much. Then we have Mudrak. What is the importance of attached in remembering our ancestors? What is the importance attached in remembering our ancestors by pouring libation to Mother F? Mudrak, we are not pouring libation to Mother F. We are pouring libation to our ancestors, but because the F is where we stand, that's why we pour it on the F, but we mention the name of our ancestors when we pour libation. So that's what it is. The importance of our ancestors is just as how important saints and deities in some religions are important. Where you pray to God, whether it's a Christian or in Islam, it's the same thing. That's the important. But in our prayer, is by pouring libation. We don't sit down, kneel down, and close our eyes and start imagining that God is in the sky and we are praying to it. We call out the names of our ancestors and we pour water or any liquid that is edible, not oil, but at least alcohol, sweet drinks, and water. And we call the name of our ancestors and we make affirmations on why we are pouring libation to them. So the Mother F, as Mother F also, when we pour libation, we mention the name of Mother F in our language and tell him, or we tell her to come and drink, because it is this Mother F is on which we stand. We can never hate it. If we jump up, we will still come back and land on it. I think the camera again.
The camera. Okay. Okay, thank you.
By the way, you know the people saying that the camera will not do like that anymore. You took it out and okay.
I'll find another solution.
We'll find. So Mudrak is when we pour libation to the Mother F, we mention the name of the Mother F. If we pour libation to a particular deity, we mention the name of the deity. And when we pour libation to our ancestors, we mention the names of our ancestors. We don't misplace things. We do it as it has to be done properly. It is not a misplaced identity at all. If it is Mother F, we pour libation for Mother F. If it is ancestors, we mention the name of the ancestors, we pour libation. When we are pouring libation to deity, we will use the name of the deity and we pour libation to them. Thank you very much. Move up, let's see. Now there's Mudrak again there. It's the same question?
Yes.
Okay. So, Island King 7, oh my God, Baba, I say to you, Ori, for bringing forward this knowledge this morning to us. You are very much welcome, Island King. I'm very grateful for the question. And then we have Wakamao, say at Mudra. That's how we connect. Yes, it is very true. That's the way we connect to our ancestors and to divinity. And then Wakamau against the Grand Rising from Kenya. Hello, Wakamau. Thank you very much for that interaction there. It's very on point. Thank you very much. Then we have L222. Can the ancestors sometimes work against you? Yes, of course, the ancestors can work against you. Why not? Take, for instance, your father who had, or your grandfather. Let's use your grandfather in this scenario. Your grandfather who had given birth to your father, and your father has given birth to you. Your grandfather built a house by working hard and built a house. And your father was born, your father lived in that house. And your father gave birth to you and maybe to other siblings. And then it got to a point your father also passed on, or maybe he is still alive. It got to a point you, the children, are now fighting over your father's property. This, you are sharing it. Because to you it's your father's property, and to him it was his father's property. But at the same time, you who are now fighting over your grandfather's properties begin to call your grandfather that he's a devil or he's an evil man because he was not a Christian or because he was not a religious person. Meanwhile, the blood that is running in your veins belongs to that grandfather or that great-grandfather who had fought and put properties or land properties, money, or whatever he has put down for you people to come and inherit. Even the name, the family name alone, you inherited from him. And then, instead of paying homage and showing respect to this grandfather, you rather go and say you want to call on the God of Abraham, or you are calling on the Father Abraham and Mary, mother of Jesus, who has no blood relationship with you. And when your life is good or you make money, you go and donate it to someone who does not have any, has not put any hand in your upbringing whatsoever, and you call your own evil just because they were not going to church. Who told you going to church is godly? Who told you people that going to church makes you spiritual? See, when you are ignorant, you will accept anything that comes to you because you don't know your left and you don't know your right. So in this kind of cases, every time you are denigrating the name of your ancestors while praising the name of other people's ancestors, but those ancestors that you praise who have nothing to do with you, who has no DNA with you, you are praising them. And the ones who have contributed to your life, the life of your father, grandfathers, became evil. Why wouldn't they get angry? Why wouldn't they work against you? So it can get to a point that you see that everything you are doing is not moving forward, and you'll be blaming witches, you'll be blaming anything. But your ancestors, they have put a brake. They put their legs on the brake. The car has stopped moving. Nothing will happen. So the ancestors sometimes can work against you if you have forgotten yourself. But if you don't forget yourself and you keep their memory alive, they will not forget you. They will also remember you. The least we can do for our ancestors is to remember their memories. Okay. Let me see that one. Yes, that's L222. Yes, the ancestor can sometimes work against you. Then we have Pretty Boy 8042. So where are you located? You go into our profile, you'll find a number. Call the number, they will give you where we are located. Then we have Marines. Hello, Marines. Thank you for joining. Then Long Live Togby. I like your high spirits with the African traditional energy. This is the best way. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much, Marines. And then we have a Jolie Nana. Jolie, is it Jolie Nana?
Yes.
Say, please, Baba, where can I find you? I am everywhere, but when you go into my profile on TikTok, you will find a number. Call the number and make your inquiries. Thank you, Jolie Nana. Then we have Adie Pena Coleman sharing the live video. Thank you very much, Adie Pena. Very, very grateful.
Please, Papa, we are going to Facebook.
Okay. Okay, we are now on a Revolution Vodou Education Facebook page, and we are just a moment. The technical man will come and move the cursor, and I'll be able to read. Move it for me. Okay, we are on Revolution Vodou Education page on Facebook. Say, Papa, that is Shamba Musa Muhammad Bokor. Shamba Musa Muhammad is saying, Papa, I had a dream of you recently. You were telling me that Akan was my patron spirit. Okay, it could be. Who knows? But then that's a dream, and you need to find out whether what Akan was saying. But because in your affair, Kwali, definitely your head spirit should be there. And if Akai is one of them, or any spirit that is related to Akai is one of them, then it may be. But you have the affair in front of you, so ask what the dream is trying to tell you. Thank you. And then we have our sister Cady Fisher in the US, Atlanta, say, Papa, how long do you recommend a person to be an ancestor before being contacted? Even if the person died today and he has just passed from the physical world into the spirit world, he's already an ancestor. Usually when a person dies first, immediately, the person does not know where they belong. They don't know whether they are in the physical world or they are in a different world. So there's a confusion time, a time that they are confused whether they are physical or they are spiritual, or they enter into the spirit realm or the dead people's realm. How does that occur? It is just like when you are having a dream. When you wake up from your dream, then you come back into the physical world. But when you don't wake up from your dream, then you remain in that world. But that world also look very real to you. It's what will you call it? There's an English name for it. It's not anything about astral, or it's not even a virtual world. It's like a virtual world when you are in a dream. In the sense that you are dreaming and everything looks real, and you are the actor in that dream, and you are doing activities. In case you do not wake up into the physical world, then that becomes your reality. But you will also be sometime thinking of the world you have just left. So it will be after some time before you settle and now know that, oh, the physical body is no more with you. That's why the physical body is not your real self. Your real self is the spirit, the esse, the inner self, the atma, the soul is your real self. So when it goes into that world, which is the virtual world, a dream state world, when it doesn't come back to the physical world, then you remain there in that virtual or dream world. Don't forget that death is a dream. It's a sleep that you don't wake up from. That's the only difference between those normal sleep. When you sleep, you have dream, then you wake up and come back to reality. But when you sleep and you don't wake up again, the dream that you are dreaming becomes your reality. So death is a state of sleep where you don't come back into the physical world. So after this confusion stage, you begin to accept that you are no more physical. That's why in some cultures they have a 40 days a period, like a grace period, which the people believe, especially religions and our customs, and also believe that by that time, in 40 days time, you now realize that you are no more a physical being. Your physical body is gone, and you are now a spirit being. And because you are now a spirit being, then you begin to accept that. And from then on, you are an ancestor. Then you have to learn how to live with that state. And nobody else can ever know what is happening to you in that state. It's only when people are able to invoke your presence into the physical world, that's when they will be able to communicate with you and you can tell. So an ancestor can be from the very day you die, you are already an ancestor. But it will be advisable that when somebody died today, give them a grace period of some time, at least 40 days, so that they can settle into their new field and you will be able to communicate with them. And you can now do necessary prayers. And that's why we do, I think in Islam, they call Adua or whatever. They do some prayers after 40 days. Christians do. In every tradition too, we do. And I think in every culture, they do 40 days section or prayers or rituals so that the person can now go into the spirit world. So, Kadi Fisher, once a person died from the physical world, it's already believed or regarded as an ancestor. But whether you can contact that person immediately they die is another thing. But yes, when we use the mirror, sometimes we contact people who are in a mortuary and they are able to tell us information and even give directions on how they should be buried. There was a time there was a lady pastor who died, and the son wanted to know something about the mother before burying the mother. And when they came and we called the mother spirit, the mother directed him to a village where she actually came from. Even the children didn't know, and told them through the mirror that she was actually supposed to be, she was a princess and was supposed to be a queen mother, but then she abandoned it and joined Christianity, and she came to the city. But then if they are going to bury her, they have to go back to that village and call the elders to do the rituals, necessary rituals, before they allow the Christian burial to take place. And truly, when the gentleman followed the link that the mirror had given, of course she found the mother's village and found her mother's people, and they did all the necessary traditional rituals before they buried the mother the Christian way. So when people die, they become ancestors. Thank you, Kadi Fisher, for that question. And then we have Mike Thomas. Hello, Mike, how are you? Thank you for joining. Say hello, Papa. I heard one African priest say that the magic mirror is not meant to be given out so easily that his spirits allow him to only give it to his son. What is your opinion on this? I don't know for other people. The person who has given me my magic mirror was not my biological father, but he is my father because I have some personal friendship, student-teacher relationship with him, and also a long lost relative relationship with him. But it was not based on the relationship from our great-grandfathers. That's why he gave it to me. He gave it to me because he thought that I was qualified and I will be able to connect with the spirit well. And he told me I was the 30th person he was giving the magic mirror to. I think 30th or the 31st person he was giving the magic mirror to. And I don't believe that all the people he had given the magic mirror to were his biological children or family members. Because even his own biological children that I know, none of them got the mirror or could even read or divine with the mirror until today. He has passed on almost about getting to 15 years now. Yes. And none of his children is able to do the reading or do the divination with the magic mirror. So that person who told you that, probably that is his own. But from my point, the person who gave me the magic mirror was not my biological father or grandfather. Thank you, Mike Thomas, for that question. And then Mike Thomas went on to ask the second question. Do the metals in your head cause any side effect? No. No. The old man lived for 126 years before dying. He never complained about any side effect in his head. Yeah. But of course, their time was their time. Today we are eating all kind of processed food and everything. If that metal will cause any harm to me in the future, I cannot tell. But so far, I don't have any side effect from the very day that it was done for me until today. I've not even thought about it. It's only when I am about to do the reading, that's when I close my eyes and start to invoke the name of the spirit in the mirror. Then I begin to see wherever I want to go to see, and then I bring that information back to the people. Yeah. But I have not had any side effect yet. And then we have a Sila Ameji, my in-law there, saying, good afternoon, Papa. Please, apart from fowl, can other animals be served to the ancestors? Thanks. Oh, yes. We don't only use fowl. See, one thing we do here, we don't just serve the ancestors with whatever we desire. We do divination, or we do a reading to ask the ancestors what do they want. And if or when the ancestors tell us or told us what they want, that is the animal we will use. Sometimes we are using guinea fowl, we are using duck, we are using chicken, we use turkey, we use goats, we use ram, sometimes what do you call this? Rabbit. The Thailand people, they call it ketai. And we use rabbits. So any animal that the ancestors desire that you should use for them is what you use. The reason why when you do a reading and the ancestors come in your reading and they ask you to feed them is that maybe you have a challenge that you are trying to overcome or to address. And you do a reading or you did a reading to find out what to do to overcome the challenge that is facing you or confronting you. Then your ancestors appeared in your reading, and the ancestors are asking you to feed them. Of course, maybe your problem is financial problem, or your problem is marital relationship, relationship issue, or you are trying to overcome something and you have some challenge, so you wanted to find out through a reading, through spiritual consultation, what you should do to overcome that challenge. And then you came across your ancestors and they are asking you that feed us. What they are actually telling you is that please empower us so that we can get the energy in order to stand behind you and help you to overcome the challenge that is confronting you. So the ancestors, when you feed them, it is for your own good. If you don't feed them, they have been there. They don't have a problem. It is you who has problem, and you are the one who is trying to find solution and answers to your problem. And then your ancestors come in or came in to tell you that, oh, do this, do that for us, and we will we will help you to overcome the challenge. If you choose to, fine. If you don't, they don't care. It is you who is in trouble. So the ancestors, they do not take only fowls. They will take what they think that they can use in fighting for you if you empower them. Sometimes the ancestors may also ask for cat. The cat, that meow cat. Yes, because sometimes it is that what the energy of the cat is what they will use to fight whatever is confronting you. So the ancestors take anything that is edible by human beings, and especially in our culture, they ask for such things. So it's not only fowls, but all kind of animals. There was a man who even had a serious accident in the US, and he was completely, I think his brain and everything was gone, but luckily he came back into himself and he came back to Ghana and he came to do a reading. Apparently he was a very rich guy, and the ancestors thought that they had helped him all his life, but he never thought about the ancestors. And I remember they asked him to buy a cow, and even we were scared, because how are we going to kill a cow when the ancestors asked for the cow? We were scared. We will not be able to kill a cow. The way we do our rituals, how to kill a cow for. We were scared because that cow is not a small animal that we can easily kill. So, fortunately for us, he did not come back to continue the ritual, whether he is still alive there or not. But I don't know. We told him what the ancestors wanted from him. It is not for us, it is the ancestors. That's why when Sabrina asked that question, that when you kill the chicken, what happens to the chicken? We eat it. The ancestors also have some portion. There are certain part of the animal that is killed that goes to the ancestors, and they'll serve it on the ancestors their place or plate for them to enjoy. But then physically you don't see them eating it, so you think that you have not done anything. But once they give you the direction and you follow the directions, the things that you want to happen will start happening. They will start to happen physically for you. And that's what proves to you that what you did was not a waste and was not in vain. Thank you very much, Sir Sila Ameji. How is our princess Yawa Fanyu? Thank you. You have to. Okay, so have we done that one? Okay, we are now on Henry Hansen. Say, where's Olo Papa? Yo, Akbe. Hi, Doc. How are you? I hope I'm not too much late. No, we actually started late today. Say, Papa, you have improved a lot. We thank the Creator for your guidance, and we ask the Creator for long life for you, for so you can continue opening our eye in these things. Papa, I am doing fine as the day goes by and trying to exercise a lot. Keep my body moving. Hello, Doc. Thank you very much, Henry. I'm very grateful for that, and I'm happy to hear that you are doing much better as well as me. I'm also doing well, and we thank God and we pray to the ancestors continue to give us good health and good life, and also give us resources that can sustain us and make us strong. Thank you very much, Henry Hansen. And then we have our sister Cady Fisher. Say, Papa, what is the spiritual meaning of spiders and spider webs? Okay, my understanding of spider and spider webs, especially spider webs. About spider, not that much I know, but spider webs, like you may be walking on a very big road, whereby you know a spider cannot make a web across that kind of road. Maybe it's a major road, but somehow you feel a spider web around your face or your body, as if somebody put a web or a string that you walk into. From my understanding of that is that there are spirits that are being sent to you. It didn't work.
It will take time.
You didn't press it well.
Okay.
Okay, it's okay now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's good that they can give us information.
Yes, Papa.
Okay, so that what it means is that either spirits are coming around you or people are sending spirits to you to attack you or give you some information. So it just simply means some spirits are coming around you. Whether they are good spirits or bad spirits, then you need to find out that one through a reading. But it definitely symbolizes that spirits are coming around you, or people have sent spirits to you. Thank you very much, Kadi Fisher. The Mike Thomas said, Papa, are there priests who work exclusively with ancestors and not any deities? I don't know. I cannot tell whether there are some spirits that some priests work only with ancestors. I don't know. Because when you are learning a spirituality, you are not learning only one thing. So there is no way some spiritualists will only concentrate and work with ancestors. Apart from the people who call them themselves Amegashi. The Amegashi people. They are there, and they are always trying to connect people with their dead ancestors and calling them, which we call in Eve Echo Yoyo. Echo Yoyo. Which we call Echo Yoyo in our Ewe language, means people who invoke or necromancy. Yeah, so maybe those Amegashi people are the ones who we may say that they are exclusively for that. But I don't know so much about Amegashi people because one is that because I've been a magician for many years before sitting down to practice traditional spirituality in full. Even though the time I was a magician, I still have my shrine in Japan and in Asia as a whole. I had my shrine that people consult me for spiritual things. But then my stage magic that I did over the years, so you can, when you go onto my Facebook page, you'll see, if you type in my name, you'll also realize that I was also an illusionist and an international magician. So there's so much that our people do here in Africa, especially in Eveland, that I see as deception when it comes to voodoo practices or our traditional spiritual practices. But then the audience and the people who patronize them, they don't know that much, so they just fall prey to these charlatans who pretend to be spiritualists and do all kind of things. But the truth is that I am not an Amegashi, and I have not really dealt with many of them. So the ones that I have seen, they did not impress me at all. So I don't know about others, but the ones that I had contact or had been in contact with, they did not impress me at all. So that's why personally I don't go to those people. So if these Amegashi people are only there for calling people's dead relatives, then maybe they may be that. But I don't know so much about anybody who is exclusively a spiritualist, who is exclusively only to call ancestors or dealing with ancestors only. I don't know. Thank you very much, Mike Thomas, for that answer. That question.
Please, Papa,
we are going to TikTok again.
YouTube.
YouTube, okay.
Yes,
Let's go to YouTube and see. Okay, we have Sabrina say thank you for the clarification, Papa. You are welcome, Sabrina. I'm very grateful for that question. And then we have Togbe Jigweza Seso Kajaloku. Say greetings and good day, Papa Bokor Enuledo. Woli Wofun America Medena Nudo. I hope all is well. You are looking well. Thank you very much, Togbe Jigweza Sesoka. I'm very grateful. Yes, I'm getting better by the day, and I thank the ancestors and God for keeping me alive. Thank you very much for this. And how are you and your family? Hope you are all well as well. Thank you. Then we have Seymour Claire. Say greetings. I recently spoke to a former student of yours, Aziza, and discussing the similarities between the Eve and Hindu spirit. For instance, Dattatreya being synonymous with Densu. And she said you could make those connections better than anyone she knows. Say more clear, I would say that I don't deal with a Densu, and I don't know so much about Densu. I know a lot of people who in Eveland also call themselves as priests and priestesses of Densu. But I personally, I do not deal with Densu. And then the Hindu goddess Dattatreya, I'm not very familiar with Dattatreya. There are so many goddesses and gods in deities and all this in Hinduism, but I'm not very familiar with the name Dattatreya. Because you see, when I was practicing Hinduism, I was practicing Tantra, and I was practicing from Ananda Marga. And in Ananda Marga, we don't really talk so much about many deities in Hinduism. We deal with major deities like Krishna. But Krishna is not even a deity, he was a human being who had lived at one time. And Lord Shiva, who had also lived as a human being. They could be called saints or ancestors than deities. But maybe in Hinduism, they don't have saints, or they have only deities and deities and gods and goddesses, demigods and whatever. So, what do you call it? I'm not very sure I'm the rightful person to tell you about Dattatreya's relationship or synonymous with Densu. Hello, Kwame. Please don't worry me. Please, when you are calling me and I am cutting your phone off, you should know that I'm doing something. Don't worry me. Okay, so thank you very much. Say more clear. Thank you very much. Oh, I think we have passed through the. Oh, wait. Go. Okay, calm down now. Okay, we have Kwame King again. Say, please, sir, will there be a time when our people will take their rightful place on this planet? Kwame, they have already taken their rightful place on this planet. Where is their rightful place? Our people have taken their rightful place on this earth. Every culture has taken their rightful place. However, if your people are in their rightful place and you have people, a lot of stupid people as leaders, community leaders, and all kind of leaders, and they decide to be hypocrites and not look at life as it should be looked at, then that doesn't mean they have not taken their rightful places. If you have your rightful birthright and you sold it out for a peanut, who will suffer? It's you who will suffer at the end, or your children will suffer. So our people have already taken their rightful place on this planet already. There's nobody bigger than anyone, and there's nobody smaller than anyone. Everybody is in their position. But if you are stupid, your stupidity will not give you what you need. But that doesn't mean you are not at your rightful place. Don't you know that there are some kings that are stupid kings? And when they are stupid, and they are, but they are kings, don't you know that the subjects in these people's countries, they suffer? So that's what is happening to your people, probably. That's what probably is happening to your people. That's why you are thinking that they have not taken their rightful place. They have taken their rightful place. So thank you for that question. Then we have L222 saying, can you start honoring them as soon as they die? I heard you shouldn't bother them too soon. L222 is what I was saying, that when a person died today, the person has become an ancestor. But between the moment of death and until about 40 days, which is in almost every culture, the physical body has gone to rest, but the spirit body is now experiencing a new reality, which is no more physical. So initially it will be confused and will not know where it is and what it should do. So for that time, it is advisable to allow them to rest. But then after 40 days, it is believed in most cultures that the soul would have settled in its new domain, in its virtual world or in the spirit world, and now it can be contacted and also prayed to. But there's something that we do in our culture. When a person dies, and after burial, they do something like a removal of sand from the mouth of the dead person. Now, how do they do that? They will cook porridge and take it to the roadside, especially where there is a crossroad, and mention the person's name and say that, oh, we have brought you food. This is done with the sense that after doing that, people can now do a reading by calling the person so that the person can speak and tell them what has happened and what they are supposed to know. So 40 days, I think is enough. But nobody can know what happens in the dead land, the dead people's land, unless through spiritual readings or consultations. Thank you very much, L222. And then L222 again is sending some. Okay, it's a different person. Say, so Papa, why does this?
Is it the same person?
Yes, L222 says, so Papa, why does the spirit need rights? Will it get stuck or something? Can spirit get stuck? Yeah, we believe that spirits are spirits, and if we are doing spiritual work and we want to change a situation and we do spiritual things, that means spirits are there, and sometimes they need interaction with human beings. When you go into the Catholic Church, there is something they call Mass. The Aves call it Missa. When people die, they do some rituals, Catholic rituals, for the spirit or the soul of that person to move from one place to another place. So it is believed in every culture that the spirit world is also an active world, and when people die, their spirits don't die, because the physical body is not the spirit, and the spirit is not the physical body. The spirit lives inside the physical body, just like how you wear your clothing. And when the time comes, if the clothing is no more fitting you, or is torn, or it is not nice for you to wear, you change it. So that's what happens when we die. So when the spirits, when people die, they become spirit because you can't see them. They are no more physical. You can't touch them. You cannot hear them unless through certain rites and process. Whether the spirit is stuck or is not stuck is a different story. I don't know. But people interact with spirits when they want to interact with them. Then L222 again, and does it matter what is done with the body, cremation or burial at sea or land? It doesn't matter, because the truth about it is that the body is not the spirit. Whether they cremate you or they throw you out and give you to vultures to eat or whatever, your body is become useless. Your body is useless, so it's no more useful to you. Your spirit is gone from it. That's why it's dead. So whether they cremate it or whatever they did or they do to it does not really matter. That's why they believe that when you go to hell, you will be burning inside fire. People use intimidation and all kind of forms to keep you in a group so that you cannot think outside the box. Who says that the spirit will feel pain from fire or from water or from anything? But because human beings know that when they put their physical hand inside fire, the way it burns them and they feel pain, they believe that when they die too, their physical body will be sitting inside fire somewhere and be burning, and some people will be enjoying somewhere. It is not like that. There's nothing like that. That is all just people to intimidate and put fear into you so that you salute them and be able to kneel down at their kneel down in front of them and beg them for mercy. There had been so many religions before Christianity, but Christianity is one of the worst religions in the world has ever seen, because they kill more than anybody in the world, yet still their God is the God of love. Islam is the same. They kill in the name of God more than anybody else, yet still their God is God of love. When people say voodoo is bad, voodoo killed people, how many people has voodoo ever killed? Compared to the atomic bombs, the extrajudicial killings, the changing of governments, and all kind of changing of leaders, and that goes coup d'etats and all this that has been done around the world to kill people. Who are doing those? Are they not Christians or Muslims? So how many people has voodoo or traditional religion killed that make people so much afraid that it will kill you? It is killing people. Because they don't link bomb throwing into the houses of innocent people to Christianity. But they forgot that the people who ordered these things go to church, and sometimes the pastors, even the Pope, bless the people to go and kill others. In the name of what? Religion? No, it's not religion. In the name of business, economy, money. It's not anything to do. So, the physical body is not anything. Once you are dead, the physical body does not need anything. And then we have Gilok. Is it Gilok 6? Say that, God bless you, Papa. How can one feed his or her ancestors, and with what food, please? Thank you. Yeah, Gilok 6, thank you very much for the question. I have already answered it earlier, but it was asked by somebody else, by Sila Ameji. See, when you want to feed your ancestors, you can decide what to feed them with. But the best way to get good results from whatever vosa or rituals you may do to your ancestors, it is advisable to find out from them what should you feed them with. And when they told you what to feed them with, then you proceed to get those things and also to seek advice from people who know how to feed the ancestors. You can do it yourself, but seek advice from people who know so they can give you the right way of doing it. That's what I would advise. Because there are some ways to feed ancestors so that you can get the maximum result. And when you are feeding ancestors, don't forget to mention the names of the ancestors you are feeding. You don't just go and say, my ancestors come and eat. There's nobody called ancestor, so they will not come. Thank you. And then we have Stephen the General say, a lot of people are owing me. It is so difficult to collect my money. Can we do reading for direction? Yes, of course, if you do a reading, the reading will give you a direction on what to do. That's what reading is all about. What you cannot understand and what you cannot handle. You ask the spirit well, and the spirit well will give you directions. And if they do give you direction and you follow the direction, you see results. Thank you. Then we have Jilok Sis again. God bless you, Papa. How can one feed his or her ancestors with what food, please? It's the same question he had asked earlier. Yes, that's what I've just explained. Thank you very much, Jilok. And then Kwame King is saying, I was asking in terms of us Africans in the way which the world treats us. Yeah, that's why I was also answering. I understood that you wanted to know why the African can take its place. We are already in our place. And if you have leaders who will go and sign agreement for the gold and the oil that the white man or any other person outside your country and take only 12% for the whole country, and the remaining money goes to the outside world and some go into the pockets and banks of the leader, how do you expect to take your place? It is leadership. What Africa is suffering from is leadership. Leadership is not only in political leadership, but in everything, community, communal, religious, and all that. That's the problem that Africa has. Until we have leaders who care about Africa with their heart, people like Kwame Nkrumah, people like Lumumba, and all those people, Sankara, Thomas Sankara, and others. If we have leaders like that, the citizens of Africa will not be suffering and would not be crossing the ocean to go to Europe or to America. Even if they go to Europe and America, they will probably be going for holiday or to visit friends. But since our leaders have sold our wealth out to the Western world just for themselves and their families to enrich themselves and forgetting about the other people, we will always be in our place and yet still not be able to enjoy the proceeds and the prospects that God and nature has bestowed upon us. That's all that I can say. It is not anybody from outside who will come and make us great. It is ourselves who have to be great, have to learn and to know that our country belongs to all of us. It does not only belong to the leadership. Because in my country, Ghana, the hypocrisy is so much that everything is built on hypocrisy. People see the truth, but they said, no, that is not the truth. They will see black and they will call it white. And everybody else who is going to call that thing black becomes an enemy. Meanwhile, They all are seeing it as black, but they will pretend and prefer to call it white. This is the problem of Africa. This is the problem of Africa. So Africa's problem is leadership, not in only political cycle, but in everything. If leaders can be honest with themselves and be honest with the people and honest with the country that or the community in which they are, we will not have any problem. Thank you very much, Kwame King. And then we have L222 again. Papa, I know you study in Asia. Do you believe in burning ancestor money? Ancestor money is not voodoo, and it is not in any African traditional spirituality. Burning of ancestors' money is a Chinese way of doing things. It is not African. But a lot of people do not know what is voodoo, and they are just mixing up anything that they hear and they see other people are practicing, and they are following it. However, maybe in the Caribbeans or in the diaspora, because people from Africa were mixed with people from Asia, India, and all these things, and they were all doing their spirituality, and some of the practices of the Asian people may come into African traditional spiritual practices, but in reality it is not the base of African spirituality or traditional spiritual. Burning of ancestral money is not the base of African traditional spirituality. Please, there's somebody making through this in. It's either it's Yesuto or somebody. Tell them to get away from there. So there is no burning of ancestral money in African traditional spirituality. As far as my knowledge is concerned and the things I have learned so far, I've never met any real spiritualist who burns money for what do you call it? Burns money for ancestors. What I know is that when we are doing negative destiny for people, we will ask that you put an old coin into the negative destiny by saying that you have paid the negative destiny if you had owed it anything in the world before the physical world, and that's why it is disturbing you. You will pay that money to the negative destiny before it is taken away, so that it doesn't disturb you anymore. That's how far money in spirituality that I know. So all other ones that people are talking about, money, bring money, I will double money for you, or all this thing, or it's more or less a deceit and lies. It doesn't fall into African traditional spirituality. And then Kwame King went on, thank you for that answer. Why is it easy for some to do voodoo to take someone's life? Why is it easy for some to do a voodoo to take someone's life? It is just like somebody can put a knife on you and kill you, or use a gun to shoot you down. That's how it is. If someone has a gun and want to use it to kill you because he's not happy with you or has an issue with you, so it is in voodoo also. But the number of people killed by gun and the number of people killed by voodoo are not comparable. That's all that I can say. Because I don't know how many people have been killed by voodoo anyway. But we have been seeing so many number of people who had been killed by guns, bombs. Take, for instance, what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. You know how many people are dying every day and body bags are moving out? Is it not gun and bombs that are killing the people, both the Ukrainians and the Russians? How many voodoo can kill those kind of number of people? And of course, people die through natural disasters like earthquakes, flood, hurricanes, and just mention them. Those are all part of nature. So when people sit down and say voodoo can be used to kill, what can't be used to kill? Can't people kill even with words? Don't you see people told lie against others and their life have been destroyed? So please start thinking more in the open than to be thinking that voodoo is used to kill somebody's life. Anything can kill you. Even if you drink a cup of water, you can die. Even the food we are eating every day is killing us, but we are still buying them in the supermarkets or this thing. So the medicines that the doctors are giving us is also killing us. But as long as it's not an African thing, it is okay. But once it is called voodoo, then it is evil. It has killed somebody. How many people have you heard in your whole life that you have been born until where you are today asking this question? How many people have you heard that voodoo has killed them? And how many people have been killed by car accidents? How many people have been killed by guns? How many people have been killed by knife and all this thing? Look at them and compare. Make a comparison and see what is wrong and what is not wrong. Kwame, thank you very much for that question. And the Kwame went on to say, but it is not as easy to use it to make a person successful. Who said voodoo cannot make you successful? You have not practiced voodoo. You only hear about it. You only hear about the negative side and the fear for you to be able to abandon your own and go to what doesn't belong to you. Who said voodoo doesn't make people successful? Let's move up.
Yes, please, Papa.
It's finished.
Yes, please, Papa. We are going to YouTube.
Okay. Okay, we we have Michael James, our brother in the US. Are the same practices as voodoo in every practice, same as a root doctor? Yes, I think so. The root doctor, I think it's coming from the Caribbeans and from the Jamaican and the Caribbean. You call it the root doctor. The white man came to Africa and called them witch doctor. Yeah? They call them witch doctor. But it's the same. People who use herbs and other things to heal people are called witch doctors. That's the name the white man used to call our people. But with time, we begin to understand that they are actually called herbalists or traditional healers. So it's the same that people call in the Caribbean, in the diaspora, the root doctor. Name of a spiritual healer, what we will call in USA, or is it the same background, traditional root work in the spirit world? Yeah, it's the same, just that you are using nature or things in nature in their crude form to heal people. And it connected to the spirit of the things you are using. Because plants also have spirits. They have energies that when you know the secret of the plant and you combine the energy, you will be able to heal people. And that is what the white man, especially the Christian white man, called the witch doctor, because they don't understand, or they didn't understand how you could use natural things to heal people. Like someone is sick, seriously sick with fever, with all this, and the person comes to you, and you just put water and put charcoal in it, and you bath the person, and all of a sudden the person becomes okay. And they don't understand how you could do that, so they call you a witch, and they say you are a witch doctor. Then it's the same name that people call the root doctor, or natural doctor, whatever. It has so many names. Thank you very much, Michael James. I'm grateful for that question. Michael Thomas says, Papa, can you repeat that again about the spider web? You said it could be good or bad. Yes, I was saying that when you see or you feel a spider web in a space that you don't imagine that the spider web could be there. It could be like you are passing this door on often and often, and then there's no spider in the room, anywhere, but the moment you enter, the spider web, or you are in a very big room and you know that a spider cannot make a web across the room, the size of the room. But here you are, you walking into the big room, and then in the middle of the room you see a spider web embracing you or whatever. It could be a good thing or could be a bad thing, in the sense that it is only pointing that there are spirits around you, or people are sending spirits to you. Whether the spirit they are sending to you are good spirits or they are bad spirits, I cannot tell here. That's why I said that it could be a good thing or a bad thing. But you need to further clarify to know what exactly it is by doing a reading, so that you will know what to do about it. Thank you very much, Mike Thomas. And then Mike Thomas went on the Amegashi sounds like Palo Mayombe. Palo priests mostly work with the dead. In America, they go to the grave to steal body parts. It is they go to the grave to steal body parts. It is on the local news. Okay, that Palo Mayombe, as it is, I think is coming from either Central Africa or Congo or wherever. It's Palo Mayombe. That's where it actually probably originated from before going into the diaspora. It may have its root in Africa, but it is not West Africa voodoo or Ewe voodoo. Palo Mayombe what is it called? Congo. Yeah, Regalia de Congo. So it means it's a religion of the Congo people. Yeah. So there's the same thing we will call voodoo here in Ewe, but they call it Palo. I don't know, but the word sounds more Hispanic to me, but yeah. Please turn this, bring it a little bit closer to me, the TikTok camera. The way it turns is always giving us an angle. Can you come forward?
Yes, please.
Turn it this way a little bit. Yes, it's much better. Yeah, but Mike, you see, the Amegashi people, what I know they do is the Amegashi people, I have visited one or two. When my teacher died, we went to somewhere in Togo. They said there's this very popular Amegashi who is a lady who could do a reading or be able to call the old man. When we went, the things that she was saying, none of them corresponded with what the old man did. She knew, because we say we came to call a Bokor who died. And she knew that all Bokors, they have a Okpele. So from her, she was saying that the Okpele that she left behind, the Bokor was saying that they should hand it over to me so that I can be using. But the truth about the whole thing is that the old man never used Okpele because he was not directly initiated into Fa. He only worked with the mirror all his life. So anytime he wanted to do a Fa reading to confirm what he was seeing, he asked an Afa Bokor to come and do the Okpele. But then this Amegashi was talking about Okpele and saying that the old man wanted to eat this, want to eat that, we should go and look for this. And those are the things that the old man never liked when he was alive. So, and I went to another Amegashi and the same thing. So I realized that these are just charlatans. I'm sorry to say so, but that's it. They do small magics and do ventriloquism and all these things. So our people are not used to this. We don't know them, so we just took them to be spiritual. I'm sorry to say so, but that's the experience I had with the Amegashis. That's why, personally, you don't see me talking much about Amegashi people because I don't know them that much. I hate for people to be using spirituality to intimidate and to dominate and deceive people. Personally, it's something that I don't agree with. Spirituality is supposed to be used to open people's mind and bring comfort to others. It should not be used to deceive and cheat others. Yeah. But that's what normally happens in this part of the world. Let's move up. And then Donnell Campbell say, one team, one fight. Okay, thank you. And then Donnell Campbell again say, who that? I don't understand what is going on here. Just leave it. Let's go on. That's all for Facebook. Okay, let's go a little bit to this and then we stop because we have some work to do. And then we have Kwame say, thank you for answering all my questions. You are, is it not Kwame? Yes, you are very much. Thank you very much. Then we have a sweet Sadi sending us a rose flower 39 times. Hey, Sadia, thank you, my dear. Thank you very much. How are you and the children? I hope you are good. I'm very grateful. And then we have a Kwame say, I had a dream I was wearing red and black beads and sitting with elders. We had cloth ties on our waist. Yeah, that could be a spiritual dream in the sense that the spirit world is trying to show you something. Either maybe this is in your past life, or it's going to be something in your future. It could be dreams that once it's talking about some spiritual things, and you are wearing red beads and black beads and sitting with elders. It could be some spiritual what do you call it, information that is being sent to you. If the dream repeats itself again and again, then I will advise you that you should do a reading to find out what the dream is trying to tell you. I wonder what could this mean. It is a spiritual information that is being passed to you. It is either it's in your past life, or it will be something in your future. And if the dream come again, you can choose to do a reading in order to find out what exactly the dream is trying to tell you, or what the spirit world is trying to tell you in a dream. Yes, let's go. Yes. And Kwame said, I met with an Amegashi in Kliko. I met with an Amegashi in Kliko after I got a reading. The priest said a water spirit came up. Okay. That's why I say I don't know so much about Amegashi, so please, I don't want to be talking about Amegashi because I'm not one, and I don't have anybody who is an Amegashi who. So in the experience that I had with them is what I spoke about. I don't know much about Amegashi, but I have heard people are Amegashi. And Sweet Sadi is saying, I'm fine, sir. How are you? I'm also good. And then Sweet Sadi is saying, no children. No, you have, don't worry. You have children one day. You just keep praying to God and the ancestors, and one day the doors will open. So I've been trying to conceive for 15 years now. Wow. Have you tried everything? You should try some serious herbal medicine. I'm talking about real serious herbal medicines. We can chat afterwards. Yeah. Unless, of course, if the hospital declare you that you can never get pregnant, and because of some medical decision, then that is that. But if you are still complete and everything, and you are not too much above the your biological clock, I believe strongly you can get pregnant when the right medicines are given. Yes, let's go.
Yes.
And then Kwame King is during the reading, and we went to Amegashi, and she said she was calling my chi. Amegashi is calling chi. The Eves do not have anything in our word, in our Ewe language called chi. What we have for chi in our language is called ese. In Krabia, your destiny. So it is not, Eves do not call anything called chi in Eves. So if the Amegashi is saying it's calling your chi, I don't know. But anyway, you had that experience. So, and Sweet Sadie is saying no herbals. Okay, then okay. So Sweet Sadie also say, but an IVF.
Yes.
Okay, and that also didn't work. You will have to come and do a reading. Sweet Sadie, I think that you do a reading and find out if you can have a child. If they say yes, you can have a child, then definitely, if they do the necessary herbal medicine for you, you will. Thank you. Then we have Chubby saying, "Hi, my highness. Please, I was helped by someone to travel and work as a single mom 2 years now. No job, Dubai." Chubby, you are in Dubai for 2 years, no job, and the person who sent you there, what promises and arrangement did the person make for you before you left to go to Dubai? Okay, so Chabi Akwena Olo Togbi. Okay, I think I know who you are. I know who you are, but I thought you were coming back to Ghana recently. But you can send me a message later and we'll talk. Thank you. And then Sweet Sadie is also saying, okay, sir, on what I was telling her about doing a reading and finding out. Yes, and then Sweet Sadie went on to say, in the USA, when I come back in December, we'll visit. Okay, Sadia, then we'll see when you come back. Thank you. And then Chubby say he said I should work and care for my family. Okay. Yeah, you say you should work and care for your family. But why no job until now? And then Chubby also again said, okay, Akme. Okay, thank you, everybody. I think we are done with that. Okay, today we are, because we didn't start on time, I've gone up to 7:10. At least I think we have about 2.5 hours of lesson here. And then granola edibles is saying that Togbe Palo Mayombe is mainly practiced in America by Cuban immigrants. Yes, I understand, but I think it came from Congo. That's what the Google is saying, that it came from Congo. Yeah, thank you. It's Cuban. That's why the Hispanic name of Palo there. And then granola edibles, that is why it sounds a little Spanish, yes, in pronunciation. Also, the cemetery tapes are very common in Miami, Florida, the epicenter of Palo Mayombe worship. Do they need to go to the cemetery to steal somebody's body part before they can connect? Anyway, it is, no, whatever it is, there's also necromancy. I would say they are practicing a lot of necromancy. That's what it is. Yeah. No, not everything I know. I only know these little ones that we are talking about. And then we have Koku Agbeko on, where is this one?
African Magic Temple.
on Africa Magic Temples. Greetings, Papa. Hope you're doing a lot better now. Yeah, that's about 2 hours ago. And then Koku Agboko just join us. Unwada Amara Chuku. Okay, we have introduced somebody. Thank you. Then we have Jito Bokosu. Hello, Bokor Voncujovi. Thank you, everybody. It is only now that we entered into this part of our Facebook that I'm seeing your messages. I know some of you have sent it about 2-3 hours ago, but I'm very sorry that it's only now that it was brought to my attention. I think we are done. Okay, today, thank you all thank you all very much for joining today's section. I'm very grateful to you all. May the ancestors and the gods of our fathers continue to bless you and guide you in the right direction. A lot of people are saying it is the time for the black man now. When the black man is awakened, the world will have peace. Please let us all be awakened and let us wake those who are still sleeping so that we can now get to our place as our friend was asking, when can we take our place? And let us try to avoid conflict and what do I call it? Fights. Let us try to avoid deceit in our dealings. Thank you all, and I'll meet you and see you again next week, God willing. Yeah, thank you all, and have a very good evening, a good morning, and a good afternoon. Thank you.